Hey, hello, everyone. This is Dr. Garrett Smith, also known as the Nutrition Detective around these here YouTube parts, and we are here for probably one of the most anticipated episodes we've had. I know we've been doing the nickel toxicity stuff, and I know probably a lot of you have probably already jumped in feet first, like just dove in, or should I say dove in head first. And you may be suffering a bit. You may be dealing with some pretty rough detox symptoms. I know I did. I know Kelsey is still getting through it. I think we just figured out a big key. My buddy is suffering through it, and everybody's noticing improvements along the way. However, in the middle of the detox, it can be rough. And as an example of how it might be rougher on certain people, Kelsey was doing her rabbit hole research as she does. And she took, so as some of you out there may have done, and you didn't know, you knew not what you did, but you may have taken disulfiram for various reasons, but the most common one they give it for is Lyme. Well, turns out in the research you'll read that that don't do this. They'll say that disulfiram is a nickel chelator. Okay, so all chelating means is it binds to it. That's it. That doesn't mean it takes it out of you. But then they found that disulfiram, I mean, this is not funny. This is not a joking matter. It makes the nickel into a fatty compound, and then it stores it in your brain. Like 10 times. I don't remember if she showed me it was 10 times or 40 times or 400 times or like 100 times. It was huge. Disulfiram is an ALDH inhibitor. So already it's not something you want to do. And those of you who tried it for Lyme, like you were doing the best you could at the time, and your doctors are giving you a medication that slows detox. That's how it helps people with their symptoms, but it also stored nickel in your brain. So if you did that, you're going to want to take the nickel detox slower, because Kelsey's been having people are getting anxiety, depression, all sorts of mental symptoms because you do store nickel in your brain. And okay, so what are we talking about here? When it comes out of these areas, you're going to have symptoms from those areas. That's how it is. Yeah, so we'll go over. I'm going to try. I meant to prepare something more for today. However, the other day I was recording myself. I thought I was recording myself. I had Zoom on and I'm sitting in my room and I'm talking, dictating, if you want to call it that. And I get done with it and I realize I didn't hit record. And I went, dang it. And as I kind of went on, I was going, I feel like that was kind of a sign. So I decided to just wing it. I tried to prepare, but I decided to wing it. So let's head into, I wanted to show you guys first, because some of you really want testing results. You want tests. What tests can I do, Dr. Smith? What will it show me? Will it tell me I'm nickel toxic? No. No, it won't. Most likely. It might. If you get a positive like blood test and you're actually high on nickel, or you get a urine test and you're high on nickel, like out of the range, you're really toxic. But I want to show you on my blood tests and my urine test, my blood test, my urine test, and my hair test, why you're not going to get what you want until you do the stuff. And I want to show you the difference in it. So first, what I did was, this was actually when I was visiting Kelsey in Idaho, the blood test and the urine test. And I was really going through the detox symptoms. So I was in the middle of it. I was in the stuff, as I'm saying. And then I did my hair test a bit after I got home. So Joe, let's show either the plasma or the urine. Okay, so this is the nickel. This is the blood test. This is plasma nickel. This is all we can get through LabCorp. Now, if you guys want to run this through us, you can ask Julie and we can order it for you. If you got a LabCorp in your area, we can do it. Or if you can make it to a LabCorp like you Canadians in the socialist, medical system, if you can get to the US, we can run any LabCorp in the US. We can help you get LabCorp tests. But anyway, so look here, Joe, if you want to go down to my number is that less than 2.5. Okay, there's really interesting stuff about this test, right? So Joe's got the cursor for me. So that's the detection limit, Joe. So it's saying it can detect down to 2.5. I want you to pay attention to this because this is weird. So that's the detection limit of 2.5 micrograms per liter. Now, Joe, go over to the current result and flag there. So that's my result. My result is less than 2.5. So I am lower than their detection limit. Okay. So according to my blood test, I do not have outright nickel toxicity. What do they say there? The levels of 3.0 to 11.0 may be seen in refinery workers. That's pretty, okay, refinery workers are getting literally nickel toxic on a daily basis, most likely. So then, Joe, go over to the reference interval. So you see the reference interval, it says 0.6 to 7.5, but they say the detection limit is 2.5. How can it measure, how can the reference interval be 0.6, but they can only detect down to 2.5? That makes absolutely zero sense. So yeah, that 0.6 to 7.5. So they're saying they can, the interval, people could show up lower than 2.5, but they're saying they can only detect, the detection limit is down to 2.5. Anyway, it's just silly. So, but this was me in the middle of it. So Joe, let's go to the next LabCorp one. Not that one. There we go. The urine nickel. So I did this a couple days after I got back from Idaho, because I think we did the blood test like the day before I left. And this is a 24-hour urine test. I wanted to do the 24-hour. They had a spot test. So if you guys want to do this test through us, you can. They have a spot test, which is just, you go in and you pee once and that's your sample. So it's a one-time thing. I did the 24-hour catch. So I had to catch all my pee in a day's time and then take that back in, and then they shake it up, and then they get the sample from that. So it's a bigger test. It's going to catch more of the day. It's still an average of the day, but if you had times of the day where you were peeing out more versus less, it's going to catch it all and average it, right? Okay. So yeah, this was a couple days later. I think that blood test was the 24th, and this urine test was the 27th, and I probably did it from the 26th to the 27th. Okay, so this is all in very small time period, and this was when it was pretty darn rough. So if we look down at the urine nickel values, so Joe, go down to there you go. So the current result and flag for the urine nickel. I don't know why okay, they do some interesting things with this, but I'm below 1, right? Again, they look at the 24-hour nickel urine, which I don't know how that's different than the urine nickel, but that's below 3. Okay. Creatinine was well within range, and my nickel to creatinine ratio was less than 1.2, which is well within the reference interval. Okay. So they're saying here, environmental exposure, Joe, if you can go over environmental exposure, they're saying that's less than 10. And their reference interval is from 0.0 to 9.9. And occupational exposure, I don't know, they're saying the tentative maximum permissible concentration is 30. Are they actually saying that they're okay with people having a level of 30 micrograms per gram of creatinine? I don't know. Anyway, what I'm getting at here is that I have, according to the main stuff that is in the nickel literature, when you go into PubMed and you're searching for this stuff, you're going to find research on blood nickel, and you're going to find research on urine nickel. Now, make sure if you're reading these tests that when they say high, that you may, if it says it's high for a certain condition, or that people with a certain condition are higher, than the controls. Make sure you're paying attention to, are they actually saying they're high out of range? Or are they saying they're just certain people who have like certain conditions are higher than others? See, there's a big difference there. They could all still be in the normal range, the reference range, but one group that has problems could very well be higher. Okay. So now, Joe, let's go to the hair. So actually, before you go to the hair test, Joe, don't do that yet. So I had a theory. I come up with these theories quite often. I had a theory that so one of the sayings that I have here is you need to stop intoxing before you can really start detoxing. Okay. Kind of like when people get the mercury fillings out of their mouth, they start like they're intoxing every day mercury. So their body can't get rid of it. They have so much coming in that trying to get rid of it at the same time actually makes them feel worse. And when they get their mercury fillings out, if you didn't know, mercury fillings not only have nickel in them, but they also have copper. Get those out. Spend your money there first. Like get the freaking, okay, folks, if you have metal in your mouth, whether it's permanent retainers, orthodontics, crowns, caps, if you got metal in your mouth, I'm not a professional metal toxicologist or any of that stuff. I want, if it were me, I'm kind of the type who is like, I want it all out. I don't care what it is. I don't care if you're going to tell me, oh, it's gold and it's only got a little bit of nickel. I don't care. Get it out. Like that fibromyalgia study where they looked at like 5 different metals, and then they took the dental stuff out of the women, and then they put them on a low diet of that metal, and 50% of them were cured within 5 years, and another 20% were significantly better within 5 years. And that's all they did. I'm also going to suggest that you get rid of any metal jewelry on yourself. If you choose to look into your gold or your other stuff like that, you got to know what's in it. I'm kind of the mind now, like I'm not putting metal on my skin. I do have a zinc bracelet. I might still wear that at times, but other than that, no metal is really going on my skin. I think I told you guys about the metal, my chain that I used to wear, that suddenly I started getting the urge to not wear it. And my brain was telling me this is affecting my sleep. So anyway, so what I had the theory of was that on the hair test specifically, I was thinking it might happen on the blood and the urine tests, but I was thinking that I had to start avoiding the toxic metal called nickel before my body would really start dumping it. And then we would really see it spike up on tests. That was my theory. I was hoping that I'd be right, and that we would see, on my hair test, because I'm the front runner out here doing this. I wanted to, and I also, just so you know, the hair test that I'm going to do, or that I'm going to show you, that had the nickel in it, it's like 3 weeks of growth. So like you guys see me when I come on here and my hair is really, short on the sides. It was 3 weeks from when I got it trimmed really short like that. So it's 3 weeks of growth. So it's really that little time period. So it's like 3 weeks of hair growth. And I just take the chunk off the back of my head and send that in. So Joe, let's show the first one. The 2 and the 6 hair test. There we go. No, that's it. There you go. Go back. There you go. Okay, so this is my hair test. This actually shows the results of 2 hair tests. So if you look down at the bottom, at the dates there, the bottom row of numbers, 4/11/2025 was the previous hair test, and then about 10 months later, the 2/12/2026 is February of this year. Okay, so if you run those numbers across, like the bottom row of numbers there is from 2025, and the top row of numbers is from 2026. Okay, so that's how they put it here nicely so you can see it. So some of you might be looking at that lithium going, where the heck did all that lithium come from, Dr. Smith? And I'm going, I don't know, probably from the stupid lithium orotate supplements that I took a long time ago, and something triggered me to dump it. I do not think lithium is necessary. I do not think it's good. I tried it in practice. It mostly just made some people pee way too much. It's not the savior that you think it is, okay? But that's a detox right there. So if you're looking at that nickel and the lithium, and the lithium went from a 5 to a 20 and it quadrupled, that's my body getting rid of that. Okay? So now let's look at the nickel right next door. And some of you might be wondering why I don't show my whole hair test. I'll go over the whole hair test in the inner circle because, I teach people how to do this, and we'll go over that when it's time. So my nickel had jumped here. So back in 2025, before I knew anything about nickel, you see how it was the lowest? It was 0.02. In February of 2026, I may have been starting to do some things, whether I realized it or not, that were kind of starting to detox nickel. I may have been reducing some of the foods I was consuming with nickel in them. I told you guys about the necklace, the chain thing. There may have been some inkling, could have been the potassium malate that I introduced, starting to detox some of the nickel. Okay. So normally, I'll tell you, I don't normally see people's nickel at a 0.06. It's usually low. Okay, so I didn't pay attention to it at the time. I was just kind of like, there's a bunch of stuff going on in this bottom green chart. But the lithium and the nickel were very interesting, right? So now if the nickel was a dump, most likely on future hair tests, we would see the the lithium. Let me get these straight. The lithium, if this is a dump of something my body didn't want on the future hair test, we should see the lithium basically almost disappear. That's what we should see. That's what I would expect. With the nickel, heading into my detox, my theory was that the hair test nickel may just shoot off the chart. That was my theory. Joe, let's show that test now. So, if you see here, my nickel jumped from that previous 0.06 in February to a 0.41 in the May of this year. And I'm pretty sure I could look up the date of when I took the hair sample, but the hair sample was probably like a week or two before the date, the 5/14 date. Okay. So look at that nickel, 7 times higher. I've heard some people out there claiming that hair tests don't show nickel toxicity. Can this be true? It can be true, and it can be false. If you are not actively detoxing nickel or in that phase, your nickel may be low on the hair test because taking in nickel, what I had the theory of at the very start was taking in nickel slows your nickel detox. And therefore, the opposite is true. You take nickel out enough of your diet or out of your intake, and it explodes out of you, as some of you have felt. It literally starts exploding out of you. Your body wants rid of it so bad. Now, your body, with the blood test, your body has to keep your blood fairly stable. That's why they keep saying in these labs that are in the research papers, the blood tests seem to stay very steady. Because if they don't, you affect your brain, you affect your heart, you affect all sorts of things. The urine, they do see variations, and I just did one 24-hour urine test. I just wanted to see, was I out of range? And I was not on blood and urine yet. My hair test of 3 weeks worth of that specific time of hair growth, 3.5 times off the charts, right? You see that 0.12 at the top of the nickel range? So I'm at 0.41, so I am 3.5 times off the chart, as I say. It didn't feel good. It did not feel good. It's coming out, probably coming out more, I mean, you can see it in the hair. So that means it's probably also coming out through the skin, and it's probably also coming out through the bowels is a big, big area, because one of the symptoms I had during this time was I was having a lot of like stomach upset, mild nausea, just that sick feeling in your stomach where it just doesn't feel good. So now we can see, now that we have shown these tests, and they were all done right around the same time, that nickel absolutely is, if you don't, oh, well, let me tell you one other research paper that I'll have to get from Kelsey, but it showed that when people took, this was in the 1961, this was in that abnormal trace metals in man paper, the 1961 with the gray hair stuff from the couple episodes ago. I think that was what, 246 or 247. Anyway, the second nickel toxicity episode, not the third one, not the first one, but the second one. No, it was the third one. It was the third one where we went over gray hair. It's in the title of it. Okay. So, but it's that same paper. And they were talking about how when they gave people a nickel chelator, they did not see the nickel rise in the urine. And so they said the nickel must be very tightly bound in the tissues. Very tightly bound, because a chelator didn't even pull it out. And what are we seeing when people start reducing their nickel voluntarily? It just explodes out. So is their body really holding on to it, or is it just, you can't remember, this is the devil's copper. This is literally the only metal on the periodic table, literally named after Old Nick. You can think of the analogy here as if outside people try to help somebody, you can't make somebody do something they don't want to do. So trying to force things on people with outside help, you're going to try to pull the devil out of them, right? Doesn't work. But if the person voluntarily says, I want the devil out of me, I'm going to do what it takes, it all comes out. You can do what you want with that analogy. We are literally dealing with, and those of you who have been going through the detox because you jumped in head first, you're literally feeling it. This is the worst and strongest and probably longest duration detox any of us have been through. And if you thought you were on a longer and harder one and you were taking a bunch of supplements that we don't recommend here, you were probably just making yourself feel bad. That wasn't a detox. And we are becoming of the opinion here that those out there who think that oxalate dumping is a thing, it's probably not oxalate dumping. It's probably nickel dumping, because nearly all of the high oxalate foods are high nickel foods too. So, yeah. Anyway, El Patron del Paisaje, you're gonna need to watch the nickel episodes, and it's okay. So let me explain. So he's asking, so beans and oats are bad. Okay, this is really, really very important. So I'm going to cover this. That's a good question. It's a really good question. Okay. Oh, let me open up the chat so I can answer this. The problem is not inherently the beans or oats. Are they a problem today? Okay. So like, were ticks as big of a problem before Lyme disease and before alpha-gal? No. Have they become a problem because of the things humans and who knows what else have been doing to them? Yes. So what has been a big problem, and I could go over this on another episode, but like, I don't know, the things they're spraying in the skies, the persistent contrails, if you will, are full of nickel and aluminum and all sorts of nastiness. So that gets into the soil, and you know what high soluble, high fiber plant foods do? They yank it all up. Do you know that nickel is a regular contaminant of phosphate fertilizers? So they're literally fertilizing the plant foods with nickel. So we are living in, here's the reality. We were getting people better. So this is very important to pay attention to. We were getting people amazingly better using high soluble fiber foods like beans and oats and barley and stuff like that. Some people over time, including myself, were kind of having other issues pop up, or issues we had previously getting worse over time, over the long period. I have the ability to set aside my ego and say, I'm missing something. Something is happening. And could I see it on hair tests? Did I see nickel toxicity showing up on hair tests? No, I didn't. I was on Twitter one day. God put me there. And I saw Matthew, Good Texture, and Ida. She has a bunch of numbers after her name, but Ida, and talking about nickel and how they were doing better on low nickel diets, or they were really counteracting the nickel, and the eczema that hadn't gone away with low vitamin A was finally going away. So, so I looked into it, and if you haven't seen, you're going to want to go back and watch the 2 episodes on nickel or the 3 episodes on nickel that I did. About this is so like, were oats 100 years ago a bad food? No. Were oats even maybe 20 years ago a bad food? I don't know. Maybe. But okay, so here's the key thing. We are dealing with the problem here today. Now, here's an interesting thing, like, to tell you about what they're trying to do to us. The bad guys don't like meat, right? They don't like animal products. They want to take all of our animal products away from us. Well, do you know what the lowest nickel foods in general are, other than don't eat organ meats? Animal foods. Those are the lowest nickel foods. Okay. They don't want us to eat those. What do they want us to eat? A plant-based diet. High nickel, high copper, high vitamin A, high oxalate. Do you see the plan? So it's not that oats and beans were bad. It's that they have been made a problem. And we are trying to navigate the situation we have today. We're not navigating our great-grandparents' world. We are navigating today, when everything is coming to a head. But I want to read this. Thank you for the, Joe, I'll do that. Thank you for the chat. This is El Patron del Pasaje. He asked that question. Hold on, Joe, leave that up if we can. He said, that makes sense, Doc. I'm a farmer and I tested 5 of my organic amendments at the lab. And they were super high in nickel, as well as other heavy metals like lead and cadmium. Organic amendments to the soil. Good job testing it. I mean, thank you for doing that. Whether you want to believe it's an accident, because thinking about people purposely doing this to humanity is too scary for you, or whether you believe it is purposefully being done to humanity, which is scary and it sucks, but at least we're figuring it out. This is what we're figuring out. Like, it seems that the high fiber foods soak up more nickel and some of these other toxicities from the soil better. Doesn't mean you eat no plant foods. Okay. We see a pattern in carnivores or low carbers or keto folks, where they don't ever escape their health problems. It seems that soluble fiber and things like soluble fiber and carbohydrates, including potentially sugar and starch, are necessary for proper nickel detox. And this is why carnivores, when they come off their diet, they're not any better than they were before, because they didn't fix the problem. Again, it's the same thing that we were dealing with before. It's like the lack of carbs, the lack of soluble fiber means that people don't tend to detox very well. But we don't want to eat high soluble fiber foods that are full of nickel because it accumulates. And just like you saw in my hair test, it seems that when you eat enough nickel, you don't detox nickel at all. And it's just building up and building up and building up. And this was this is like what I was having in my people before I knew about vitamin A toxicity. And I was having them eat high vitamin A foods and take vitamin A supplements, and if they didn't want to take a synthetic vitamin A, they would take liver pills. And I was doing all that. And people were slowly accumulating issues. Even though we got them better at the start, they were accumulating other issues. Hold on, I'm about to sneeze. I think this is one of my detox things. Recently, I started getting the tingles in my nose again. And I'm going, it's going to go away, but it's still here. So, and Iowa City 88 added phosphate fertilizers also fix polonium at very low levels into plants. Kelsey said something to me about phosphate fertilizers as well. I don't remember what it was. I thought it was brilliant at the time. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, she's suggesting that this is what she's saying. Probably the nickel poisoning began with phosphate rock mining and refining. So when they started going after the phosphates, then all the nickel really started showing up, and then it's in the phosphate fertilizers and all this stuff. So again, this is a modern problem that has been created, whether it's from the stuff in the air, whether it's from the stuff that we're growing our plants with. Oh yeah, there's the episode. So we had, it was 245 and 246. And then Joe, I think we did the EMF one with Sarah, and I think there was 247 too. There it is. Yeah. Or 249, sorry. And 248. There we go. I'm on a roll. So we got 248, 249. 246 and 247. Yeah, so it's all there. And I can tell you, folks, if you want other people to know about this, I really need for you to share it. I mean, the liking and subscribing and watching the channel is great, but I can tell you that ever since I started talking about nickel, that this channel has they don't like it. Nobody wants me talking about nickel, because nickel is the new lead, is the saying. And I haven't heard of anything else where they can inject, every place they can inject it into mice or rats, they developed cancer at that spot. But yeah, this is the YouTube channel that Joe's showing you. Cottony Circle said, been sneezing and having a tingly nose a ton since low nickel. Yeah, I got my tingly nose back. Okay, so where do I begin? So that's what I wanted to go over with the labs. Okay, now I wanted to go over how to, some of you are very, how do we want to put this? Fragile. Your health is very fragile. You've been sick a very long time. You're not real strong. And that's not your fault. You've been literally poisoned. And some of you on the Love Your Liver program, when we didn't know about any of this, may have been eating foods that was making you feel worse. And I'm sorry about that. I'm terribly sorry. I didn't know about it. But again, it's like, don't shoot the messenger. I'm the guy helping to figure out so we can get out of it. I mean, nobody else out there is going to say oats and beans are bad for you other than the carnivores who aren't fixing their problem anyway. Yeah, Joe, I'll get to that super chat. But yeah, well, I'm trying to not be like schizophrenic and jumping around topics too much. Let me hit on Sergio's super chat. Thank you for the super chat, Sergio. He's asking, is chicory inulin a filler from my MK4 high nickel? Okay. Purify, if it's inulin. Okay. Well, inulin, there's a couple things that we want to say about it. Okay. Sorry, there's my nose tingling. I got to get rid of that. Okay. So I don't like inulin generally. There's a paper out there where they were trying to like badmouth soluble fiber and saying soluble fiber increased gut cancer in mice or rats, I forget. And they just said soluble fiber in the title. Soluble fiber does this. And then you go into the paper and it's inulin. I learned way back in naturopathic medical school, so we're talking like 25 years ago, that inulin feeds good bacteria, but it also feeds a lot of bad bacteria. We don't use inulin. I don't like chicory. I can tell you when I used chicory fiber or when I had Jerusalem artichokes or anything that was really high in inulin, that was the worst bloating I've ever had in my life. So is it high nickel? I don't know. Purified fibers, I believe, tend to be low in pretty much everything in terms of metals. Do I like inulin? Not really. Is it a big enough amount as a filler in your supplement to be an issue? I would say if you notice bloating, it's an issue. Otherwise, I can't make a judgment on it for you if it's the only thing you can get where you're at. Because I know in Europe, things can be weird. Do you know that in Germany, they won't even let us ship flush niacin? So if you're in Germany and you're trying to order flush niacin from us, they're not going to let it in. They're so helpful, aren't they? So, oh, hello, JJ Hempcrete. So let's see. I will get to the chat. I think we'll have enough time to get to a lot of the chats today. But let me go over how to introduce this. I'm going to have to, okay, you guys remember, I don't remember the date I exactly started low nickel. It's either March, somewhere between March 20th and 26th. So here we are at May 15th. You probably guessed we figured out a lot of stuff in that period of time. And there's not a lot of people anywhere on the internet talking about the detox stuff from low nickel. Kelsey used the term brutal for it. I think our people, like, think of what we've already been doing. We've been doing the low vitamin A. We've been generally minimizing copper. We don't tend to eat a lot of oxalates to begin with. And we're getting our zinc and our molybdenum and our selenium. And we're generally focusing on reducing intake of toxins and increasing the nutrition of stuff that helps get rid of it. So if, let's say, different than people out there who are, let's call them normies, they figure out the low nickel diet, they go to their dermatologist, and their dermatologist goes, hey, did you know that like 20% of all contact dermatitis is nickel? Your rashes aren't going away, your eczema is not going away, your psoriasis isn't going away. Why don't you try a low nickel diet? And they do. And that's the only thing they do. Okay, they may still be eating a ton of egg yolks and getting tons of vitamin A. They may be doing tons of dairy because dairy is a low nickel food. They may be doing all sorts of things that we are not, right? And so they don't detox as hard. Their pathways are not as clear. They have not been working on their ALDH. They have not been working on all this stuff. So they go through it fairly easily because that's the only thing they're working on. And this is why also, as I've been reading from some of the low nickel people out there, they'll say, well, the low nickel diet is something like you want to do that, but then you got to do gluten-free and you got to do this and you got to fix your gut and you got to do all this stuff. And I'm like, okay, we're already doing that. So what I'm saying is when you go low nickel, if you've already been doing our stuff, how do I put this? It can be quite violent in terms of the stuff coming out of you. Those of you who are there, like this is rough. You can get old symptoms coming back. You can just get straight up detox symptoms coming out of you. You can get new symptoms. My buddy got GERD during it, which is classic nickel stuff now. And the GERD will come and go. So you will get symptoms during the low nickel detox that can sometimes come and go. Like the tingling, for me, the nose tingling has been going on for a week or two now again. It's not as bad as it used to be, but it's going on. And I'm just going, okay, it's going to pass. Like I am what we call over the hump, in my opinion. I have climbed the hill of the detox, the worst part, and I'm on the other side. I'm still on the hill. I'm still coming down, so I still have symptoms, but I am coming down. And you will likely know when you are over the hump, as I'm saying. But this nickel detox, okay, I'm not putting pregnant women on this. If you are pregnant right now, other than maybe fixing your jewelry, I don't know. I want to do this before you get pregnant. I'll put it that way. If you're planning on getting pregnant again, I mean, the low nickel diet and all this will make you more fertile. Low vitamin A and low nickel and fixing your copper will absolutely make you much more fertile. So be aware of that if you're not trying to get pregnant. As we joke in the past, we had to tell women they get dangerously fertile. So if you don't want to get pregnant, do something to help that not happen. But the detox, I'm going to say it many, many times. It's brutal. So if you have a job that you can't really be that messed up for, you're going to want to do it slowly. If you got to take care of your kids and they demand a lot of energy and time and you don't want to be feeling terrible, you're going to want to do this slow. If you just want it to not be rough, then doing it in phases is how I'm going to suggest you do this. And I'm going to go through the phases. Okay. Some of you are the types like me who are just going to say F it and dive in head first. You're just like, I hate nickel now because Dr. Smith said so. And let's go. Let's do this. Let's rip the Band-Aid off and we'll dive in. Okay. It's kind of the FAFO approach, and it does work. It can be really rough. Like, okay, let me tell you about my mood swings when I was up in Idaho. First 4 days of my visit in Idaho, like I was tired. I was laying in bed a lot. I was having these I don't like to call them anxiety attacks, but I was having these anxiety cycles. I was sleeping terribly. I was having the gut stuff. And I literally joked to Kelsey. I said, I hope you don't think I'm like bipolar from this, because this is the detox. Like, this is what's going on. And after about 4 days, so I'm usually like the guy, like, I'm not sick. I got plenty of energy. I'm, going out and working and doing all this stuff. And I was just like, I don't feel good. I don't feel good. After about 4 days, she was like, are you going to be like this forever? I was like, no. And then what happened was I kind of came out of it. And then she started really detoxing. And then she felt bad. And I was, I kind of might have chuckled a little bit that, oh, now you got it. Now, oh, you were wondering if I had issues. Well, now you got it. And I took care of her. And, but she's weeks behind me in terms of her progress. Because, she started later than me. And I may have figured out something along the way that kind of turned the corner for me that I didn't realize at the time. And I'll go over that today with you guys. So just know, those of you who have started the low nickel diet and you were already in the Love Your Liver program, then you're in the stuff right now. I'm going to hope I can give you something today that will help get you out of it, or at least help you turn the corner. Otherwise, if you guys start let me explain what's going to happen. If you guys start reducing your nickel, if you do it all at once, your body will start dumping. You saw my hair test. I did it all at once. We're going to talk about a preparatory phase. And then we're going to talk about how you can take out chunks of your nickel intake at a time, and how to do that in a way that is the most, you're going to have to figure out the way that you think is the biggest contributors to you, and you can decide in the order that you go in. And then there will be making sure that you're, pooping well and doing all that stuff on kind of the lower fiber of the low nickel approach. So we'll hit on all of those. I'm going to try to keep it somewhat coherent. But first, I just want to emphasize, if you're in the middle of the suck right now, because I didn't know to warn you, I'm warning everybody else now. And you guys, a lot of you are here because I've been warning you, and you're going, when's Dr. Smith going to tell us what to do? Well, I'm here. If you're in the middle of the suck, I don't know how to get you out of it. I'm hoping that we're figuring out things right now. Otherwise, we're in it. Here's the problem with the low nickel thing in terms of mindset and detox. It seems that once, like, we've had people, listen to this. We've had people just fix their water supply, their nickel in their water supply, and they started the nickel dumping, the nickel detox. Okay. That's all they fixed was the water. They didn't change their foods. Kelsey's daughter had a stainless steel crown or cap. I don't remember which one it was. It doesn't really matter, but she had on one of her baby teeth. Dentist took that out. Child was generally kind of stuffy, hard difficulty breathing. But then Kelsey told me that once they took that out, within a day or two, child's just phlegm and mucus and just like it's just coming out everywhere. Okay, so just taking out the crown, the stainless steel crown, induced a lot of stuff. And Kelsey felt like a lot of her daughter's stuff started after she got that. So what I'm saying is, as you go through this, if you take everything out at once, it's all going to come out at once. If you take it out pieces at a time, you'll have dose dependent, you'll have a smaller dump relatively, depending upon how much of that was a contributor to your thing. Once you start triggering the detox dumping, once you take out whatever it is that's going to start you going, you're going. Like, then you get to decide if you're early on in the nickel detox or whatever. If it's too much for you, you could go back to what you were doing before and maybe shut it down. Maybe. Some of you out there who have done the low vitamin A thing, you know that at some point there's people who, if they eat vitamin A, let's say, they feel better because they stopped their detox, right? There's also people who will say, I tried doing that. I felt worse. I ate vitamin A again. I felt way worse. Do I know which one you're going to be? No. So if you're doing the nickel diet and you think that you can just go back once you start dumping too hard, I don't know. I don't know if you can. I don't know. You might feel worse if you eat nickel. Then you're getting nickeled. So I think this is going to fix tons and tons and tons of nagging health issues that the vitamin A didn't to this point, or that might have crept up on it. This is going to be, this is huge. Now, strong medicines require strong respect. If this is a strong medicine, and this is really their most hidden toxicity that they're trying to get you with, it's pretty rough. Okay, so let's head into this now. I'm going to talk about some products. We will have them in those of you who watch this later, hopefully we'll have them in our store by then. We don't have them in our store right now. They're on their way. We're working on getting them there. And I'm just going to tell you that I prayed about this a little bit, and I thought, okay, so as a businessman, right, I could have waited until I had the products in the store because that would be the best for financially for me. Okay. Things didn't work out that way. And so I thought, you know what? I need to do this today for you guys because I want to do it. I want to get this off my chest. And I thought God will take care of me with the business stuff after this. So if you're watching this later, or if you're in the future and you're going to be buying some of the products that I'm going to talk about, the Pectisol and the Pecticlear and the other stuff, we're going to have them in the store. So if you want to support us, it will be there. It is not there today. We're figuring that out. It should be there soon. Okay. So let's get into, here is what I'm suggesting that people do before you start taking the nickel out of your diet. So again, if you're freaked out about nickel and you already took it all out, I'm not talking to you necessarily right now. I'm talking about the people who have not done it yet. Yeah, Joe just put up the link to the store. And there will be VIP store versions with the discounts for you Love Your Liver members. So if you haven't started anything low nickel yet, I am going to suggest, now we're still hammering out the details. I'm still figuring out the exact best practices, but I want to get you guys this so you can start going. Now, the two products I'm going to talk about right now, there is Pectisol, which is a modified citrus pectin. It's a binder. It is a fiber that some of it can actually penetrate into your bloodstream. Now, some of you have heard me talk about this before and say I don't use it. I didn't in the past. This is correct. What we have figured out about nickel is nickel comes out through the kidneys a lot. And we would like to, and modified citrus pectin does bind to nickel. Pectin in general binds to nickel, but like apple pectin only binds to nickel in the gut. It doesn't bind to nickel in the blood. Quick story about Pectisol for me. I was up in Idaho with Kelsey, and I was in the middle of it. It sucked. I remember we were up in CDA, Coeur d'Alene, at the Trader Joe's there in the parking lot, and I'm sitting there and my stomach's up. Actually, Kelsey went into Trader Joe's without me because I didn't feel good. I was just like my stomach, and I'm moody, and I just want to sit in the car. She's like, fine. So she goes in. And I had the Pectisol capsules that had arrived, I think, that day with me. And I thought, let me just jump in, because I'm more of a jump in kind of guy. And I want to know for you guys what happens. I took 5 capsules at once. Within 5 minutes, I felt the mood stuff lift off of me. I became very happy and jovial, and the stomach stuff was gone. Like 5 minutes. I was sold at that point. I thought this is key to doing this. Now, there's I don't have the 100 studies right now, but Econugenics, the manufacturer of Pectisol, has they have a paper of 100 studies on MCP. Cancer, heart disease, hypertension, all sorts of stuff. Now, why did I stop using it before? I tried it in practice back in the day. Back then, I didn't know about, ramping people up. I didn't know about how toxic people were. I didn't know about how to approach the sensitivities of people at the time. So some people, when you give them Pectisol, and okay, I'm going to say it right here. If you decide to go out and be cheap or just buy some random modified citrus pectin from other brands, it's not the same. Like Pectisol is specifically, they break it down into smaller pieces so that more of it can penetrate into your bloodstream. And do I think that's a good thing in this case? Yes, I do. I am sold on it after the research and after I've taken it, and it has helped me and it has helped others. I have my experimenters in the background, the people who help me with stuff early on. They trust me a lot, and I appreciate that. And yeah, well, I'll name 2 of them, Wardy Harmon and Megan Stevens, who have both been guests on the live stream here. Thank you, ladies, for helping Kelsey and I test this out. Oh, there, Joe's got it right there. Yeah, so there's the links. This is kind of like what I do on PubMed, right? So there's 100 studies there on modified citrus pectin, and some of them are specifically on the Pectisol. Okay. So, Joe, you can put that away. Maybe we can. I'm not sure if we can put that paper That's for professionals like health practitioners who use Pectisol. And I'm not sure I think they specifically say don't go posting this around the internet. So us putting on the video is fine, showing it, but I'm not so sure that we can just put that PDF out. I don't know why they said that. But either way, I think they had some restriction that they said that we weren't supposed to just put that out on the internet, like as a link to download. So I can copy paste it and put the information somewhere else. Okay. Yeah, Joe, I'm not worried about that. We can show it. But thank you for marking the time on that. Okay. So Pectisol is a modified citrus pectin. If you're going to take it, well, let me back out. For those people out there who would accuse me, oh, Heather Parker says she loves Pectisol, been using it for 5 years now. She prefers the bulk product. Yes, so there's the powder and there's the capsules. We'll hit both. For those of you out there who are, this is the opposite of zeolite. Okay, this is more like our normal approach with Pectisol. If you're really toxic and you take it at the start, like, I mean, it's literally a fiber. It's literally a fiber from citrus fruits. So there is an allergy thing where they say if you have citrus allergies, you probably don't want to take it. I don't know. It's a purified fiber. There shouldn't be any protein molecules in there for people to react to. However, it's up to you. It is made from the pith, the white part of, I forget which citrus fruit, but it's not grapefruits. And there's no polyphenols in it. It's just, these are purified things. These are not like just whole food things. These are not whole food things. These are purified. Okay. So I stopped using it because people would jump in at the full dose, like a full scoop of what Heather was talking about, the powder, or like 6 capsules, because that's what it says on the bottle. And I would have people do it back then too. Guess what? Some of the really, got white stuff on me. Some of the people who were really toxic and really sensitive didn't feel good, or they said they felt weird. That was the thing I heard more than anything else. Something feels weird. Okay. So after I heard enough people with that, at the time I stopped using it. I was like, I don't know what's going on. If I don't know what's going on, it's safer to just not do it. Like with lithium, when I told you about lithium orotate earlier, when I took it, I had enough people come back and say that they were peeing like multiple times during a day, or they felt weird. And I was like, well, lithium doesn't seem to be essential, at least not essential that people are having massive deficiencies of it. So I'm having too many people complain of it, so I'm not going to use it. So it's the same kind of thing. So I want things that I can at least judge to how they're useful and how many people are going to react to them, and are they actually helping. So at the time I didn't realize how important modified citrus pectin could be, and now in this specific process I think it's extremely helpful. So again, if you want to buy cheapo stuff out there, if you want to be cheap, I don't know what kind of results you're going to get. If that all stays in your gut, you're not going to get as many benefits, because if it's bigger molecules. So anyway, that's the Pectisol. Now I'm going to talk about another product here, PectaClear. PectaClear, I actually think, is the real magic. PectaClear is 2/3, and it's only capsules. It's 2/3 Pectisol in a capsule and 1/3 alginate. But it's their trademarked or patented, I don't remember which one. It's alginate from seaweed. Now it's a purified compound. So there's not vitamin A in it, there's not carotenoids in it, there's not polyphenols in it, there's not any of that stuff in it. Okay. The alginate, for those of you who want to go search, well, I'll go, let me do this. I'll just show you. Alginate stays in your gut. Okay. So here, let me share my screen, Joe, and we can show this. Okay, there we are. Okay, so nickel and alginate really bind together. So all I did was a search for nickel and alginate on PubMed. 118 results with nickel and alginate in them. So they will bind nickel to alginate, or they will use it as like, adsorption, or where they're trying to clean up areas. So we just got alginate and nickel stick together really well. Okay. So you can just go down here. And so they're using it, sodium alginate, as an alternative adsorbent for nickel metal ion removal. And I believe they're talking about for like water supplies. Okay. So nickel and alginate really, there's not a lot of human research, but there's enough in there. And what I'm going to tell you is that one of the times I really thought I turned the corner, that I didn't realize at the time that I did differently than Kelsey and my buddy and other people, was I had ordered a bunch of Pectisol stuff to try, and I added the Pecticlear. And I think that's when I really turned the corner, because the alginate stays in your gut and is very good at grabbing nickel, and the Pectisol can go into your blood and help nickel get out through your kidneys. Okay. And all sorts of other toxic metals too. The research on Pectisol helping toxic metals come out is very good. There was actually a study of a guy in Scottsdale who had high uranium in his blood, or was it in his, I forget where they measured it. He had high uranium, and they did a little case study where they gave him Pectisol, and they found a highly increased amount of uranium coming out in his poop, I believe. Now, I'll tell you, I know uranium's in the water here in Arizona. I see it on hair tests. It was one of the first things I noticed when I started hair testing. I was like, where's all this uranium coming from? And I went, oh, it's from the tap water. A little research showed me it was from the tap water. So Pectisol it's got research on mercury and lead and arsenic and all sorts of stuff. And it's generally considered gentle. Now, those of you who are sensitive or really, really toxic, start slow, just like anything else. A pinch, a capsule, and stay at whatever dose you tolerate until you decide to jump up. And then what I believe is going to happen is you're going to take off those upper layers of toxicity by being gentle with them. So you're not going to feel too bad. And then as you get rid of those upper layers, you can start digging deeper by going up in dose. And this is what we've already seen. This is the opposite of zeolite. Zeolite, you need to watch the video about the dosing paradox, where if you start too low on zeolite, you can have symptoms. I believe modified citrus pectin, you want to go, you remember zeolite stays in the gut and modified citrus pectin goes into the bloodstream. So they're going to be treated differently. Okay. And that's what I've seen. So I am actually the intensive, or the, what do they call it? What was the dose, or what was the maximum support? So when you read the Pectisol label and it says maximum support, I'm calling it the intensive phase. They're talking about a scoop a day, which is about 5 grams. This is Pectisol. A scoop a day, or 6 capsules, which is 4.8 grams. So basically, we'll just say 5 grams. Okay. 5 grams is a dose, the full dose. The intensive time, or the maximum support time, is 3 doses a day. That is what I'm currently doing. That is what I did once I started it. And I'm going to do that dose until I feel like I'm completely out of the woods, right? You remember I said I'm over the hump, but I'm not off the hill. I'm not out of the woods. Like what I did when I think I got over the hump, or what I think really got me out of the woods, was I added Pecticlear to the Pectisol. So I was taking for a while, I was taking a full dose of Pectisol 3 times a day and a full dose of Pecticlear, which was 3 capsules a day. So yes, it was 9 capsules a day. I was doing the capsules. You can do the powder, but there is no powder of Pecticlear. Over the last weeks, as I've been doing this, remember, I've only been doing this for, 6 weeks, something. Over the last couple weeks, if you want to call it, my intuition has been talking to me, and I've been shifting. So I shifted from 6 capsules of Pectisol and 3 of Pecticlear down to, I just went to the full, okay, I went to the 5 grams of Pectisol, which then is the equivalent of 4 Pectisol capsules and 3 Pecticlear. That makes 6 Pectisol capsules worth, and then you get the alginate. And just recently I had this inspiration, and I thought, what if I just take 6 Pecticlear and skip the Pectisol entirely? Because it's got 4 capsules worth in 6 Pecticlear. I have a really good feeling about that. Yes, Pecticlear is not cheap. And when you go through this, you're going to probably want to invest to make sure you don't feel bad. So if you were going to do that, if the prep phase, I would suggest that you work up towards, close to, or at the full intensive dose, or the maximum support dose, the full dose, which is either 6 capsules of Pectisol or the 1 scoop of Pectisol, or if you decide to just do Pecticlear, 6 of those a day, or you could do less Pecticlear and some Pectisol. There are all these options. Do I know what is best? Not exactly yet. We're still working on that. I've had a couple people start the Pecticlear though, and it seems to be doing what I think it's doing, kind of like the hair test nickel did what I thought it was going to do. So if you only want to take one thing, I think Pecticlear is where you want to go. The alginate can also help you poop. It acts a bit like a fiber. It's the gooey stuff. It's the slippery, slimy stuff in seaweed, if you wanted to think of it that way. So it's like soluble fiber, but it acts differently. All these different fibers and alginates and all this stuff, they have affinities. They have different preferences for things they bind to. They like certain things more and they like certain things less. Well, it seems, as you saw from 118 studies of binding nickel to alginate, it seems that alginate really likes nickel. And it stays in. We want to have something. What are we thinking here with the Pecticlear, let's say? We want to have something that stays in the gut and grabs nickel there, because the 2 places, if you remember from my past live streams, the 2 places that nickel accumulates the most and first is the skin and the gut. When it comes out of your gut, you feel it. Let me tell you some common symptoms of the nickel detox. Lack of appetite. Your appetite often goes down a bit. Kind of that stomach ache, that nausea, that just, I don't feel good in my stomach. There could be GERD. There could be other stuff. But I had a little bit of GERD. I had a little bit. But it comes and it goes. Now I have no stomach stuff. And even still, back in the day when I used to get stressed, and I think it caused, whatever, nickel dumping or whatever, I would get the stomach stuff and I would get the anxiety that came with it. I've talked about that before. Now when I get stressed, like, my stress resilience is so much better. I sometimes sit there and I wait for it and I go, is my stomach going to start turning? Because that was pretty stressful. Am I going to start feeling the anxiety that used to come with that? It was like a whole package of symptoms. It's not happening anymore. That's a really big deal. So yeah, I think that was nickel detox. But yeah, so be ready for, keep some stuff around that's easy to eat. That's not like, what do they call it? Long food. There's like long food, which takes a long time to make. And then there's short food. During the nickel detox, keep short food around so you don't have to cook, because you may not feel good. But anyway, so that's the basics. I would try to get up to the intensive dose or the maximum support dose for 1 full month before you start removing nickel things from your diet or from your world. Okay? 1 full month of prep. It's 1 month out of your life. And you will likely start feeling better within that month from the Pecticlear or the Pectisol or whatever you decide to do. Now, I'm saying this is before the diet. So if you're still eating your high soluble fiber nickel foods or whatever. Okay. If you are already in the stuff, you could go and start doing this now. You could order some Pecticlear, later on from us, but right now you could order it on Amazon and have it tomorrow and start it. I would still start slow if you're in the middle of the detox, but we'll go over how to ramp up now. Okay, so let's do that. Okay, so this is a concept. So if you're going to say, well, is this talking about the Pectisol or is this talking about the Pecticlear? It's for either or, whatever you're choosing to do. Okay. And just so you know, the Pectisol powder is a lot cheaper than the capsules. And if you're doing zeolite already, you're doing zeolite and charcoal, can you keep taking those? Yes. Can you take them with the Pectisol and the Pecticlear? Yes. Can you take all this with your other soluble fibers? Yes. They're all binders. They all work together. They're all fine. Okay. If, for financial reasons, especially because I take this into consideration for people, if you're going to do the low nickel stuff, do I have to keep taking my full dose of zeolite? Because that's a lot of zeolite, and it could, maybe you're in the early phases and the higher doses, and that's expensive. I'm going to suggest you shift your expenses over to Pecticlear or Pectisol or whatever combination of the two you're going to do. Okay. Now I'm going to tell you one thing about zeolite. Kelsey, I don't have this study today, but Kelsey found a study that very much in simulated stomach conditions, zeolite grabbed onto about 90% of the nickel in the stomach. Remember, zeolite stays in the gut. So if you're doing the low nickel diet already, or you're starting it and you get the stomach symptoms that I had, I didn't know this back when I was getting this, and you get the stomach symptoms, a scoop or two of zeolite in water may really squash the symptoms. Okay. Do you have to do like a crazy, the six scoops or the 10 scoops, what the big doses some of you are on? I don't think so, because you're already going to be on the Pectisol or the Pecticlear. Okay. So think of the zeolite can be kind of like almost like an antacid for an upset stomach. It's not an antacid, but understand what I'm saying. It's a symptom fixer if you're dumping a bunch of zeolite or dumping a bunch of nickel into your stomach. Can you do charcoal too? Yes. Okay, this is a very important thing. Some people out there think that they're just going to do like zeolite for this, or they're just going to do charcoal, or can they soak? Literally, people are asking, can I soak my oats in charcoal and will it make them okay? Not likely. And if you're trying to do it with beans, like think of all the area inside the bean that the charcoal's not touching. If you are out there and you're trying to game this, if you're trying to like twist the rules so you can kind of like do what you want, like that group of people that will tie a string and run it around the entire city or the entire block so then they can say that that's their house. So they're not violating the laws that they're not supposed to violate, and they try to play this game, and you're going, God knows. Anyway, with the nickel thing, if you start playing games and you play the wrong game, and let's say you think a food is low in nickel when it's not, you're gonna kind of slow down or suppress your detox at that point, right? Because you're only going to detox to a certain amount if you're like taking in more nickel. Like, so if you want to detox the most nickel, you want to get it down. You can't make it zero. There is no zero, but you want to get it down as much as you can. And if you're cheating and you don't realize you're breaking rules that are acting against you, you're just not going to get as far as you want. So just the food list I made on, what was it, episode 247, I think? That's what I go by. That's, we're talking about 3 months at the most of the really hardcore low nickel stuff. So in those 3 months, if you want to try to fudge it and play games and you don't get where you want to get, that's probably because you fudged it and you fudged up. Okay? And don't eat fudge because it's high in nickel. So the prep phase. I would highly suggest if you want to minimize your symptoms in this, that you prep. Then we get into what happens after you've done the month. And now let me back up here. If you start doing the prep phase, let's say you get to a month and you're feeling great, like symptoms are going down, you're getting better, and you're like, I don't know if I want to start the low nickel diet yet because I'm getting better. Like I'm still getting better doing the Pectisol, the Pecticlear. Then just keep doing it. That's fine. You could do the prep for as long as you want. Again, you never have to do the low nickel diet. You can keep doing the original love your liver kind of approach. However you want to do that, and you could work on the other things, like you could take out your jewelry, you could get the metal out of your mouth, you could fix your water supply further, maybe fix your shower, fix whatever. You could, I just found out it's kind of funny, the whole nickel thing, like with people pushing nicotine again and all that stuff. Tobacco is a hyper accumulator of nickel, and cannabis and hemp are hyper accumulators of nickel. Weird that they're pushing all those things right now. And mushrooms pull toxic metals out of the soil like nobody's business. And technically seaweed does too, but again, they purified it. Like Kelsey knows how to clean zeolite. You can clean zeolite literally with water. Like you can take the toxic metals that the zeolite had got from the environment and wash it in a way. You wash it with water and the toxic metals come out of it, and then you have clean zeolite. That is what we sell. We sell cleaned zeolite. So like seaweeds soak up tons of toxic metals out of the ocean. The alginate is probably part of that, but then they clean it as part of the purification process. It was like when people were worried about so in terms of your question, Sergio, about the chicory inulin, if it's inulin, it's purified and it's probably not a nickel issue. But the inulin still has the issue, in my opinion. Okay. Oh, there, Joe put up the link to the old Love Your Liver food list for those who are doing the original stuff. And remember, we helped tons of people with this approach. The approach is still valid. It's that if you got really toxic in nickel in the past, like let me give you an example of how I got nickel toxic. I had freaking braces for 3.5 years. I had an upper retainer for another 3.5, and then I had a permanent retainer for probably 20 years. Just that alone. Oh, and then I had my old wedding band from my previous marriage. I learned white gold has nickel in it. So I was wearing literal nickel jewelry for 20 years. That's all it takes. But then I want you to think about this. I just told you that taking in nickel slows nickel detox. So all I had to do was be eating enough nickel or drinking enough nickel to shut down my detox to keep the problem there and the problem getting worse. Do you see how this is the problem? Once you get nickel toxic, until you do this, you're probably going to be stuck in it and it's going to slowly progress. That's just the way it is. So, okay. So let's say you've decided you've done your prep. You've done your prep. You're ready to start taking out nickel things. What are the biggest contributors? Well, we've got the things you can work on. I talk about this in, 247. The biggest exposures to nickel. Ladies and guys who are wearing jewelry of any type, jewelry's one. If you're wearing it all day long, you're literal. I mean, remember, we take magnesium lotion because we absorb the magnesium through our skin. If you're wearing metal on your body all day long, you're literally absorbing stuff through your skin all day long. Your earrings, they actually found that why are women so much more nickel toxic than men? Probably because of those earrings they get when they're like 3 years old or 5 years old. That's the start of it. And how many years have they worn those? And then how many bracelets and necklaces and hair? They've got literal studies on hair clasps. Nickel hair clasps causing reactions in women. NoNickel.com sells nickel-free belts because apparently belts are a problem for people touching their skin who have nickel allergies. It's like when it's a big deal, it's a big deal. So jewelry. And am I going to evaluate your jewelry? Don't come to office hours and ask me about, is this okay? I'm not a metallurgist. I'm not a metal toxicologist. I'm going to say the simplest. If you don't want to have a pregnancy, what's the best thing to do? Not have sex. If you don't want to have metal toxicity, what's the best thing to do? Don't put metal on your skin. Okay? I like to simplify. So there's the jewelry thing. In terms of your air in your house, if you live close to a road or whatever, a HEPA filter is all you need for the air in your house to get rid of the nickel. Okay? What was it? Air Doctor, who I'm still trying to get an affiliate with, by the way. If anybody has any connections, help me out. Air Doctor has a simple one. Kelsey has a video of, I think it was from This Old House, of how you can make your own cheap HEPA air filter with a box fan and 4 air conditioning filters. If any of you go out there and you find it online, put it in the live chat or put it in the comments later. But yeah, it's just duct tape and a box fan and 4 HEPA filters. And they showed that it worked really, really well. So you don't have to, it's kind of ugly. I mean, it's literally like 4 air filters in a square formation, and the box fan is on top of it, blowing down. Is it? I don't remember which way it's blowing, but it's sucking air through the filters. It's either blowing air through the filters or it's sucking air through the filters. I don't remember, but it's super cheap and it works. They tested it. It's just, it's cheap, but it's ugly. So what we were talking about the other saying the other day, you can have good or you can have cheap or you can have quick. You can have 2 of the 3. You can't have all 3. So if you want to have cheap, if you want to have cheap and quick, it's not going to be great, so that's that box fan filter. It's not going to be pretty. So let's keep going. So you get to decide these areas I'm covering. Those of you who are really sensitive, you may want to think about which one of these is the least impacting on my life. That would be the thing you might take out first. Kind of like if you want to think of Dave Ramsey's way of getting out of debt, where he has you pay off the smallest debt first. And then you go to the next bigger one. And then you go to the next bigger one, because then you get the snowball effect. You feel good. You feel good about doing it, and then you're making progress. And so you're literally knocking off debt lines that all of a sudden that one's gone. And then all of a sudden that one's gone. And you can snowball. So this is kind of the same way. Start with the smallest. Oh, Joe found it. The DIY HEPA air filter. Yes. So yeah, it's not pretty, but it works. So thanks for finding that, Joe. And yeah, Kelsey has one of those in her house. And I was just like, okay, cool. If it works, it works. But if you want to buy something that's prettier, you can. But do you have to have like a giant fancy air filter to get specifically nickel out of your air? No. Don't be careful of putting HEPA air filters on your air conditioning system, because they create a lot of resistance. And the more resistance your air conditioning system has, the sooner it burns out the engine. So just the motor, if you want to, whatever you want to call it. Be real careful of putting really strong filters on your air conditioning system, because it's available, but it might ruin your $10,000, $12,000, $15,000 air conditioning system sooner than you want. So a box fan is like $20, and those air filters are like what, $6 or $10 each. So you can make a nice air filter that I don't know how long Kelsey was running hers, but her box fan finally died. So she got another one for $20. Like, that's, instead of replacing your air conditioning system, a lot easier to replace a box fan. So, okay. Oh, one other thing about the low nickel diet. It's a relatively low fiber diet. Let's talk about this. We have been mostly recommending apple pectin, whether you want to do capsules or powders. I take about 3 capsules of apple pectin, about 2 grams of fiber with each round of the Pecticlear or the Pectisol or whichever one I'm doing at the time. Something to know about pectin, apple pectin specifically. Apple pectin is still the normal pectin that gels. But apple pectin and regular citrus pectin, if you find that, it doesn't gel very well and do to soak up stuff without some sugar. You have to have the cross-linking, the pectin cross-links with the sugar to form the gel. Most other soluble fibers don't require that, but this one does. Like alginate is, if you felt seaweed, the slimy stuff, that's alginate, right? So that's gooey with just water. Pectin needs, like to make jams and jellies, it needs sugar to form the goo, okay? So if you want to add a little bit of whatever, you're going to be drinking it with water. So if you want to do some other source of sugar, people are like, can I do maple syrup? Can I do honey? I don't care. I just do a couple ounces of honestly apple juice with it just to give it something to form. Okay. People will say, can I eat apples? Yes, you could just eat apples. Nobody's stopping you. You could eat, but if you want to eat an apple 3 times a day, every day, that's up to you. If you don't, then this is what you can do. People say, well, do I eat the peel or not? If it's a clean peel, if you're sure it's clean, fine, eat it. If you don't want to eat it, or you're worried about stuff on the peel, like a peel or the others, the arsenic-based pesticides they spray on them, then peel it. Okay. But you're probably going to want something to help bulk your stool, which would be the apple pectin. And then the apple pectin, you could do, if you were like constipated and you needed to have sugar with your pectin, you could do a little bit of prune juice. Then all of a sudden you got the apple pectin, you got the sugar, and you got the prunes. So it's helping you poop. Your bowels on the low nickel diet are going to go wonky. You're probably going to get constipated, and that's going to come and go. Like I'm still on the low nickel diet, and all of that constipation stuff that I had at certain points is gone. I am having really satisfying poops now. And this nickel is for you ladies who are hypothyroid and constipated because of that. The nickel's totally involved in that too. Okay. So we went over the MCP. So normally when I talk about Pectisol, I'll often say MCP, but I don't mean just any cheap brand. I mean Pectisol. We talked about the Pecticlear. We talked about the apple pectin. Do I take all 3 of those together? Yes, I do. I generally take all 3 of those together. Is it best to take them between meals? Pay attention here. Is it best or optimal to take them between meals? Yes. If you're going to ask me how long that means, I don't care. I'm not obsessed about optimal, like optimization. I don't know. Is it 10 minutes before you eat? Is it an hour before you eat? I don't care. Between meals, away from food as best you can. Now, that's why I'm about to add this next part. If you miss a between meals dose, take it with the next meal, okay? Like it will still help. Don't skip a dose just because you didn't take it between meals. Like literally, pectin is found in food, and people eat seaweed as food. Like you're literally taking parts of food. If you take them away from meals, you might absorb some more toxicity. If you take them with foods, they're still going to absorb toxicity. It just might be, I don't know, let's say 80% as effective as if you took it between meals. Perfection is the enemy of good enough. So take it. Best is between meals. Otherwise, take it with a meal. If the only way you're going to remember it is to take it with a meal, then take it with a meal all the time. It's not that big a deal. Okay. So we got the timing of the stuff now. Okay. Let's talk about aggravators or stirring up things. If there are things, For you love your liver people who are experienced, if you have tried things that we use, zinc, lactoferrin, flush niacin, selenium, molybdenum, those are the big ones. If you've taken things that you had a pushing detox too hard reaction, or you had a copper dumping reaction, or you had a bile dumping reaction, whatever you choose to call it, if you had trouble taking those and you had to take really small doses or not take it and you worked up, let's say over time you worked up to a dose, during the low nickel diet, if you're having a rough time, I want you to think about those things as, remember, you're dumping nickel. I think now that when you took those things in the past, they were stirring up nickel and copper, and that's why you felt bad. So if they did it back then when you were not really detoxing nickel, and now you're detoxing nickel and you're taking these things that back then you didn't tolerate, you may not be tolerating that dose during the detox. This is really important. So like if you had a real, like I talked to somebody in office hours the other day, and she was saying, it took me a long time to go up to 1/64th of a teaspoon, a drop of lactoferrin. She said when she started the lactoferrin, she was getting migraines because lactoferrin stirs up nickel. I went over that research, I think, in one of the past episodes. Lactoferrin and nickel interact. This is why lactoferrin will worsen GERD when people have it already. The lactoferrin interacts with the nickel. Nickel is basically the root cause of GERD. And so they stir it up. So what I tell people is if you have any GERD, you don't take lactoferrin because it will stir it up. So I didn't know it was nickel back then, and now I do. So she was saying she had migraines when she first started too much lactoferrin, and it took her a long time to work up to 1/64th of a drop. So 1/64th of a teaspoon, like the tiniest little fractional teaspoon that we offer. Okay. She said during the hard times of the low nickel diet, because she jumped in head first, she's like, I'm getting migraines. I was like, get off the lactoferrin. And we got it to go away. Okay. This is not a game, as we say, but I want you to know that if you had things in the past that were too much, that you couldn't take normal doses of, that you had to work your way up, and these are the things that we're talking about that we use in the program, if you're really having a rough time with the low nickel, you might want to cut those in half or even take them out for a period of time and see if that's aggravating things and making things worse. I reduced while I was going through the worst times, I had this thought. I was like, what if I'm on too much because I was on 2 pills of lactoferrin a day. And I thought, what if that's too much? And then I've been on 2 Keystone Minerals for years, probably since I almost started making it. And I thought, I feel like I should go down to 1. And I did. And I didn't know it at the time. I'm getting these like intuitive hits as we go about like the chain and the Keystone Minerals and the lactoferrin and the Pectaclear and this stuff. God is really pushing things in there a lot these days. And that's what I think will be helpful. So if there's stuff you struggled with and you're struggling with the low nickel diet, cut those things in half or even take a break. Okay. Again, I'm the one supplement guy out there telling you, you may need to potentially take less of the supplements that I offer. So we got that. We went over pooping. We went over the supplement adjustments. Oh, I think I said it before. Do not start low nickel when you're pregnant. I'm going to show you guys one study on this about like the people who are like, why is vitamin A in breast milk if it's not good for us? Let me show you. Let me show you how much nickel is in breast milk. Okay, Joe, you got this. There we go. The nickel concentration in breast milk in the first month of lactation in Yazd, center of Iran. Okay. So 150 volunteers in the first month of lactation. Milk samples were collected 3 times on days 3 to 5, day 16, and day 30 after delivery. Okay. The mean age of the study group was 28 years old. The mean nickel concentrations in breast milk at the first, second, and third samples was 47.3, 49.9, and 54.8, respectively. The concentration of nickel in the breast milk of more than 86% of mothers was higher than the permissible range for it. Gosh, is nickel toxicity a problem these days? There was no significant relationship between the mean value of nickel in breast milk and education, age, and job of mothers. So it hit the less well-to-do mothers as much as the more well-to-do mothers. Gosh, what's causing it? Food and water. But I want you to look at this. 54.8 micrograms per liter. 54.8 micrograms. So we're right around 50. Let's just say 50, okay? And this is through the whole first month, right? Joe, can you show my my blood test again? 50 micrograms per liter in the breast milk, okay? So Joe, if you can show the plasma nickel test, the LabCorp one again. Oh, I'll get the link for you while you do that. We got it? No, that's the hair test. The nickel plasma one. There we go. And if you can move my video out of the way there, good, great. So what are the how much nickel is in the blood of an adult? You see this? 0.6 to 7.5 micrograms per liter. Breast milk had 50 micrograms per liter. 50. The reference range. They said levels of 3 to 11 may be seen in refinery workers in their blood of adults. And these values, 50 micrograms per liter in breast milk going into babies, newborn babies, 1 month old. I don't know if I showed the one about after delivery. I forget if it was delivery to the time the placenta. I think it was from the time of delivery to the time the placenta came out. They saw the literal research study. They saw a spike in nickel in the blood of 60 times higher than it went 60 times higher than what it started at. So if you have unwell children, and if you were a woman who had a really rough time during pregnancy, there's probably a lot of nickel there. Okay. And when I tell you that women literally detox, okay, I want you to understand this is nature survival stuff. Can a newborn get along without its mother? I mean, if we're talking about like traditional stuff, like where, starvation is imminent and all this stuff, like babies need their mother. They need milk. They need warmth. They need somebody to take care of them. They can't do anything on their own. Okay. Now, pregnancy is like the biggest stirring up of toxicity and redistribution of toxins. Like I'll see women who are pregnant with, normally we want copper below 90. And I've seen pregnant women with 200, 180, 190, 200 on copper. The copper copers will be like, oh, the copper's not getting into the cells. I'm like, you're clueless. And they're toxic as heck. It's amazing that they could try to claim that about copper. It's the only thing that you would claim is if it's high in the blood, there's not enough copper in your cells. Like it's the most lunatic thing I've ever heard. They're making stuff up, literally. If you saw that with lead, you'd go, they got too much lead in their blood. That's the cause of their problems. But the copper people would be like, oh, high copper in the blood? No. That's why they're sick, is because the copper's not lower because it's not in their cells. And I'm like, show me any legit evidence of this actually being true. Copper in the cells or copper out of the cells. And they don't have any of it because it's not true. Anyway. And remember, what is nickel? Nickel is the devil's copper. That's how the name came about. So if you thought copper was bad, nickel's much, much worse. And we're literally, I want you to understand how much your body wants to get rid of this. When you go on a low nickel diet, you are literally removing 100 micrograms to about 200 micrograms of nickel a day from your diet. 100 micrograms to 200 micrograms of nickel. You're eating that much less, and your body is violently throwing it out. Your body hates this stuff. Your body wants to be good. It doesn't want the devil in it, but you got to stop putting enough of the devil in it so we can get rid of the other stuff that's stored. Okay, so where were we? Oh, so let me go back. Jewelry, air. Literally, if you're smoking tobacco, I mean, I don't know why you're here. You got things to fix, okay? But if you're smoking tobacco, if you're smoking weed, if you're vaping, huge nickel source. Huge. Whether it's the burning, the heating element, or the tobacco itself, or the cannabis. It's all bad. Okay? And if you ever notice, like, long-term smokers of weed, they don't start looking better. So we got that. Fixing your water supply. AquaTrue for RO. If you need to do a minimalist thing, AquaTrue for the RO, either the countertop or the built-in one. AquaTrue doesn't reduce the pH of the water. That's why I like it. You can do an RO system otherwise, but the water's going to get more acidic, and more acidic water will leach more nickel off anything stainless steel that it touches. That's just what it does. Then we have, if you need to get a shower filter, the Sante for Health, SANTEFOR health.com. Their shower filter, they state that it takes out 99.9% of nickel and copper and all. It's better. Yeah, it's like $200, but it's way better than the Aqua Youth. And people literally in the live chat and elsewhere have said their skin was better from the very first time they used it. So those are the two big places to get the nickel out of your water. If you are going to I'm getting the Sante for Health whole house water filter for Kelsey's house because Idaho literally has high nickel in well water, and it's from the rocks in the ground. As an example, Kelsey went in the lake the other day with her kids, and her son came out of the lake. I was sitting there. I went in that lake once. I swam in it one day, and we came back to Kelsey's house, and that night was horrible for me. And I was going, what was in that lake? Was it, we were kind of by the boat ramp. So yeah, there was, there's whatever's in those boats that's floating, the gasoline or the oil or whatever, but there wasn't that much. But there's literally nickel in that water. And her son came back after they went in the lake, and he had a rash and a cough. Those of you who have been doing the detox, you know about the nickel cough. Skin stuff. Is skin stuff associated with nickel? Yeah. He had classic nickel symptoms after going in the lake. So I told Kelsey, I'm like, I don't know if I'm ever going to go in that lake again. This is all I need to know. Like, I don't need to go get nickeled. And then I actually took a bath at Kelsey's where we don't have a filter on that water. And I thought it's just a bath. And I also thought I'll get to see if the nickel in this water affects me. I felt like crap after that bath. I was like, sometimes I think I'm blessed with these abilities to pay attention and be sensitive in certain ways. Because otherwise people are, I'd just be like, I don't know why I felt bad. But then I was already in the detox, and I got nickeled, as they call it. So I had got nickeled twice that day. I got nickeled from food and from the bath water. And then I haven't gone in the lake since. So anyway, Let's see. Oh, Joe, I put the link in the wrong chat. I didn't put it in Joe's Telegram. I put it on, I put that in my saved messages. Yes, I did. Sorry. Delete that. Okay. Oh, the persistent contrails are full of nickel. There's not much you can do about that other than not eat the thing. You know, it's going to come down. You can have an air filter in your house. You can filter your water because it's going to get down into the water supplies. It's going to, you can work on the foods. So then now we get into the foods. Okay. So now we're into the foods. But any of these things, yeah, let me finish the foods and then we'll talk about how to take them out. Okay. You may be eating multiple high nickel foods that we used to recommend. I mean, the biggest things, whole grains in general. So is whole wheat considered high nickel? Yes. Hard red wheat is considered high nickel. If it's a whole grain, I'm going to say in this initial thing, don't eat it. I'm also going to say if beans, legumes, don't eat them during this initial phase. Okay. You want to play games? Okay. You may not make as much progress as you want to. So, and then nuts and seeds and chocolate. Those are the biggest ones you got to worry about in terms of the big things that we don't do chocolate on the program, but of the things that were on the Love Your Liver, beans, whole grains, nuts, and seeds. So refined grains and other things. I go over the diet and the other stuff. What I'm saying is when you figure out, like, you're like, oh, my buddy started nickel dumping. The only real the biggest nickel food that he took out was oats. He was like, the only thing I really eat that's high nickel is oats. And he took it out and he started dumping. That's all it took. And then I'm talking to him, and this is what I want to warn you about, is I was talking to him. I said, well, you can always go back and just put the oats back in. And he's like, I don't want to. I want to get better. But then constantly he's saying to me, but I want to feel better. How do I feel better? How do I make this go away? And I'm like, I don't know how to make it go away. You're in it. Your body is dumping it. We can try to mitigate it. And I just started giving him the Pectaclear because I just put together that I think the Pectaclear was why I turned the corner faster than Kelsey and my buddy. And I just upped my Pectaclear. I'm not taking Pectasol now. I'm taking 6 Pectaclear 3 times a day because I'm experimenting, but I really think that's important for this. But so if you were eating beans and oats, you might take one out at a time, just one. Don't do beans and oats out. Do one. And then later do the other one. So, okay, let's go over how you might wean off this stuff. Some of you are just going to jump in head first. You're just going to be like, I'm going to take it all out. I don't care how bad I feel. You might after weeks of it. And if you come rushing to me for help, I'm going to be like Pectaclear and Pectasol and it's going to suck. And then stop doing things that aggravate it. If you know you have a history of things that caused aggravations, if you will, that's what I'm going to have for you. And if you come to me and you say, I got this symptom, is this related to nickel detox? I got this. Is this? I'm going to be like, probably. Did it come on for no reason during your nickel detox? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's related. Did you have other symptoms that went away during nickel detox or that came and went? Yeah. Okay. Are you getting better in general? Are you seeing things go away? Yeah. But how do I make these symptoms go away that I have right now? I don't know. The other ones went away. These will go away too. Can you do the low nickel diet detox bare ass naked? And what I mean by that is no help. You can just do the diet. Sure, you can do that. I'm not going to say you can't. You don't have to do it, and you can do it if you're like, well, I don't want to do supplements. Okay, then don't. You don't have to. You'll get through it. It may suck even more, but you can do it. And for those of you, if you're out there and you're like, I'm doing the low nickel diet and I'm fine, don't. That's great. That is wonderful for you. don't get upset at other people who are having problems. Kelsey took disulfiram in the past, which puts more nickel in her brain, which is going to make the detox harder, and likely more emotional stuff is going to come up. What are the things that are going to make detox harder for you, or longer, or suckier? These are the same things that I came up with on the low vitamin A diet. They all make sense here. I went over some of them in the research on the other nickel episodes. Okay, ladies, you're going to have a harder time than men. Okay, so guys, don't be like, I don't understand why this lady's having such a hard time. Okay, you should know that by now. Some people are going to go through it. It's really going to suck. So women are going to have a harder time with it, okay? If you're an under type versus an over type, under types are likely going to have a harder time with this. And I'm going to tell you under types that I'm almost positive that all your stuff is nickel. And you'll start gaining good weight after it. So I wouldn't be afraid of, I'd do it slow. And yeah, your appetite may get a little less at times, but I wouldn't not do it because of the appetite thing. Your appetite may just get better. Then we have, well, the older you are, you've just got more nickel in you. And so the older you are, you have the slowing down of things of age, and you're just more toxic because you've been around longer. You've been wearing jewelry for another 20 years over somebody else, you know, whatever. Then we have the more diagnoses you have. And if you don't go into the doctor, then this doesn't really matter. But the more symptoms you have, the more diagnoses you have, the more conditions you have, the more toxic you are, the slower it's going to go, the suckier it's going to be. Okay. What else do we have? If you literally know you have like slow detox, like SNPs for ALDH that are slow and stuff like that, if you know that you detox slow, that's probably going to hold true here. Was there anything else? If there's things you just won't do that are poisoning you with nickel, like if you're just like, well, look, this is my wedding ring. I know it's got nickel in it, but I'm not going to change it. Okay. You don't have to do anything. Is that going to get in the way of your recovery? Quite possibly. Kelsey and I are working on some other things for symptomatic relief during this. Yeah. So hopefully we'll have things that can help with this. What else is there? Oh, how to take things out. Okay, so what you could do at the start. First, I'm going to talk about food first, but so you decide which one of those groups you want to take out. What I'm going to tell you, the general rule on this, if you take something out, like you're taking out one thing at a time. Let's say you took out your fillings. And detox symptoms tend to start about 2 to 4 days after you take out that nickel source. It takes about 2 to 4 days. So there's a delay. So if you take things out and it's the day 1 of it being out or day 2 of it being out and you're like, oh, I don't think I'm going to detox. Oh boy, you better wait. I would wait a whole week before you say that was okay. So you take something out. Give it a week. If you don't start noticing symptoms, and the symptoms could be anywhere. If you don't start noticing symptoms within a week, you're probably okay to do the next thing. If you get symptoms, if you're trying to make this as easy as possible, if you get symptoms, don't take out anything else until those symptoms have gone away, right? Because if you keep taking things out, you're going to keep adding to the symptoms. They're going to keep getting stronger. You'll detox more. You're already feeling bad because of the detox, so don't make it worse if you don't want it to be worse. The whole point of what I'm talking about is to go slower. So if you take something out and you get symptoms, don't take out more things until those symptoms have gone away and you're comfortable with doing the next taking something out. And you can just go like that. So we do the minimum of a month of prep. You decide when you decide you're going to start, you're going to decide the thing you think is either the smallest impact or the easiest for you to do first. And then if it's fine for a week, then you can move to the next thing. If you get symptoms, you're going to not do any more taking nickel out until the symptoms are gone. And then when you decide to, you do the next thing. You may only want to take out one food at a time. Like if you've been having oats every day and you decide to take out oats, or well, let's talk about foods for a second. Figure out if you're going to take out like oats and they're a big part of your calories, figure out what you're going to replace it with first before you take it out. You need to eat. So don't just yank things out and be like, well, I don't know. I'm just not going to eat oats. Well, you probably got a significant amount of calories from oats, and you not eating doesn't help anything. Okay. Why am I so tired? Maybe because you're not eating enough. That may not be the nickel detox at all. You might just not be eating enough. Let's be intelligent. Oh, and you do need to drink enough water during this. You're literally trying to pee nickel out through your kidneys. So if you're dehydrated, that's going to be harder. So what are you shooting for? Light yellow. You don't want clear pee. That's too much water. You don't want dark and smelly pee. You want light yellow to yellow pee. A bit lighter yellow than we might normally go for during this would probably be okay, because we are really trying to move that stuff out our kidneys. But too much water will make you tired, as we talked about in the hydration video. So, yeah. So just think, you're trying to be smart about this. If again, there's the brash, you can just dive in. It may be really rough. And if you say, where's the escape hatch, Dr. Smith? I'm going to say, you can go back to eating nickel like you were before. And they're like, no, I don't want to do that. Or ride out the suck and do some of the things that we talk about. If you don't take me seriously on this and you come back to me and you're like, you didn't tell me how bad this was, I'm like, yeah, I did. Yeah, I freaking did. It sucks. And there's probably people in the live chat saying, yeah, it sucks. It really sucks. So take it seriously. It sucks. My buddy was like, dude, I'm a little worried that I was going to have to go to the hospital at one point, because I was pretty worried about my symptoms. And I was like, you're getting better. Like, he's literally seeing symptoms improve and he's and I'm going, you're going to be okay. You're going to be okay. You're going to get through this. And I apologize to him for, I knew not what I did. So, but he's getting better. He knows he's getting better. This is the problem is, like, you'll literally, for those of you who are doing it, you'll literally see symptoms, old symptoms going away, like things that you dealt with for a very long time. And then you've got these aggravating, like, short-term symptoms like depression, anxiety, fatigue, skin rashes, gut stuff. Like, it's the minor stuff that's the annoying stuff. Like, nausea is like one of the worst things, but that will go away. But then you'll see the long-term things going away. I'm not making any claims here, but with what we know about nickel and cancer, I'm really excited. I mean, think of how much we're going to prevent from ever happening. And then think of how many people we may be able to help get out of this problem. Because remember, I said nickel, you take in too much nickel, you don't detox it. And nickel caused cancer everywhere it was injected in animals. Try to find something else that does that, where they can literally inject it into an animal in a spot, and every spot they inject it into, they know they're going to develop cancer there. Is there anything else like that? And does nickel break down? No, it doesn't break down. It breaks down to the ions, which they think the ions are exactly the thing that causes the problems. So it's not the nickel compounds. It's when they break down to the ions that they become even more dangerous. So I think that's all the stuff I had to go over Oh, and then people, so you might want to do, okay, so how long do I do the intensive dose or the maximum support dose, Dr. Smith? As long as you want. And if you get through the worst parts of it and you're sure that you're through, okay, so how long does the really strict low nickel diet need to be? Probably 3 months. You might feel better at a month. You might feel better at 2 months. Could you start reintroducing other foods then? Sure. Are you going to want to? I don't know. You might be kind of paranoid to get nickel toxic again. This is kind of like, sorry, I forgot about changing your pots and pans, like the Home Chef stuff. Yeah, changing your pots and pans would be one thing in there too, to go to nickel-free pots and pans, whether you're going to glass or enameled stuff or ceramic or clay or, the borosilicate glass or nickel-free stainless steel. That's a whole step. So if you do that, we've had people who say they started dumping after they just switched out their pots and pans. There's a study. I've been looking into the hair stuff on nickel. There's a study on a woman who had alopecia areata, right? The autoimmune hair loss. And I believe they did 2 things with this woman. They got the metal out of her mouth and they looked at her pots and pans, and they were metal, but they were stainless steel. They were all scratched up and dinged and all this stuff. They had her get new nickel-free stainless steel. Her alopecia areata went away. She started growing her hair out. So, but do you think she went into the detox dumping? Probably. Like with Kelsey's daughter, where they just took out the stainless steel crown and she started detoxing. Okay, so each of these steps could throw you into the detox dumping. Is that anything to be scared of? Like if you got to go through it, you got to go through it. So if you're too scared to get better, then you're too scared to get better. I can't fix that for you. You might want to come to Beth's deprogramming your health meetings inside the Love Your Liver program, which is she now does by her own good graces. She does it free every week. So you can come and work on health related issues in there. If you got this getting in the way of you getting better, we can't out supplement that. We can't change your diet and fix that. We can change your diet and make you less toxic and get you nutrients so that your brain works better. But if you don't actually change your mind, we can't force that for you. Okay. So I'll probably remember more stuff. I'm gonna start going through the chat. Joe, I know I said we were going for like 2 hours, but I'm not going to go 4. This is not going to be a 4-hour live stream. But we're already longer than I thought. And I'll have, I think probably next week will be more random nickel things like the breast milk thing. And maybe I'll find the nickel going up in women after they deliver. I mean, I have, if you can imagine how much stuff I have saved in my saved messages on Telegram, because Kelsey will send me stuff. I send it there. I put all sorts of stuff there. So I'm going to start going through the chat. Okay. Christopher Oliver said, starting to make sense to me that nickel may play a big role in my neuropathy. Orthodontics linked to Morgellons fibers accompanied by parasites as a result of my fascial collapse. Absolutely. Actually, there is a family member I know who was a dentist who has neuropathy. And I'm going, okay, so this person was around before dentists wore gloves. So they were handling stainless steel tools all day long. And there was the fillings, which literally have nickel in them. And this was probably before they were wearing all their protective, having the air, the vacuums and all that stuff before. And I'm going, this is just straight up nickel. That's what it is. So yeah, I don't think this person is going to come anywhere close to doing a low nickel diet ever. So we may just do, let me give you another example of the Pectisol. So, my mom, who has Parkinson's-like syndrome, and it's progressed extremely slowly with all the things that we've done. even the neurologist we saw 6 years ago was like, she should be way worse than this. And we're like, I'm kind of like, okay, cool. That's a good thing. Those things like Parkinson's and Alzheimer's, generally you can, if you reverse them, it has to be done quick. But my mom lived on a golf course where they were spraying pesticides and putting all that toxic crap all over it every day. We would actually see her symptoms get worse when they would be spraying that day. So anyway, I don't know if we're going to be able to reverse it, but I got her on Pectisol twice a day. She's continuing to take it and she's feeling like it's helping her. And she says the dry scalp that she has is improving. She's not doing a low nickel diet because she saw my buddy and I going through it. She was like, I don't want to do that. And I was like, I understand. So we're doing just Pectisol with her and she feels like she's having improvements. My son has his braces, which I feel terrible about now, but I didn't know the low nickel thing when I started. He's got his braces and he got this in the weight room. He got a back injury, but it wasn't getting better. It didn't make any sense that it wasn't getting any better. For those of you who don't understand, you can get an injury from something that might have been set up because you were toxic, but also if you're toxic, then it may not get better. Well, anyway, I put him on Pectisol. I don't hear him complain about his back anymore. And I was almost positive because it was spreading from like his middle back, and he was saying his tailbone was starting to hurt more. And then he was saying his scapular muscles were starting to get really sore and achy and tight. And I was like, this should not be spreading. We were doing stuff, going to my chiropractor to help him out. And he was doing like prehab stuff in the gym. And I'm going, this should be getting better, not worse. And I'm like, I think you're getting toxic from the braces. So we put him on one scoop of Pectisol twice a day because, he goes to school and he doesn't take it with him to school. So he takes it in the morning before he goes and he takes it at night before he goes to bed. And like I said, I don't hear him complaining about the back pain anymore. So you guys are going to be amazed at how much stuff this can be connected to. Your stiffness in the morning, my old stiffness in the morning, pretty much gone completely, which I used to relate to my kidneys as a referred kidney pain. That seems to be all but gone. I'm going, okay, cool. So neuropathy, could it be connected? Absolutely. Yes. Actually, I haven't done any, let me look. Oh, well, here, while we're here, I don't think, Christopher, I don't think I'm going to see any specific. I'm sure you've already looked it up. Looked up the nickel and neuropathy. I do think they're likely connected. I guess I may have already gone over this one. Joe, it's this one. Yeah, I think this is one of the things I went over on the first nickel episode, that there's more nickel in people who have Alzheimer's disease, Parkinson's disease, autism, MS, and yeah. Nickel was found elevated in biological fluids as blood, serum/plasma, and cerebrospinal fluid, and in the brain of neurodegenerative diseases as a consequence of unintentional exposure. Well, whose intention was it for us to be exposed to this? It wasn't ours. Through nickel-contaminated air, food, water, and skin contact. That would be jewelry. So, absolutely, it could be connected. Yeah, Joe, that's all I'm going to do on that. I can send you the link if you want. Here it is. Even though this was in the links from the other episode. So, let's see. Oh, wait. LeBrad Pass, Friday episode. He says, Friday episode, let's roll. Weird thing happened to me from low nickel. CFL. What do you mean by CFL? Do you type more on this? I'm going to keep looking. And yes, Ray Love says she's twitching over here because she's been binging on 3 years ago live streams. Um, yeah. Let me see. Oh, yeah. Okay. So, yeah, here it is. This is what LeBrow was saying. He said, weird thing happened to me. I noticed from being on low nickel, my glasses have become looser, not as tight on my face. Been blowing my nose a lot. My head is smaller. LOL. It may just, LeBrat, it may be just less edema. Like, you know how you can see when people's eyeglasses kind of make those impressions, like they push in on their skull and you can see it's like it's squeezing their head, right? And then it looks, it's like mushy, right? You may have less inflammation and less edema. So it may not be that your head is literally getting smaller. It may be that the swelling is less under the glasses, and that can change very quickly. Oh, Joe added, yeah, Joe said this when he saw that comment. He said his glasses are also slipping off more, and he's been working on the low nickel thing. So it's more likely, yeah, we're not trying to make people's heads shrink. There is also, there is literally, okay, so there's the inflammation part. There is also literally the fact that I showed in one of the other episodes about how vitamin A and nickel interact, and vitamin A, in at least babies, idiopathic intracranial hypertension. It causes swelling of their noggins. They can have, like, babies with vitamin A toxicity can have huge heads because their sutures aren't shut or closed. And so their heads actually swell, the fontanelle, and they get really big heads. Well, what if somehow nickel is interacting with the swelling of inside your skull, the intracranial, inside your cranium hypertension, high pressure? What if it's reducing the pressure inside your head as well? Because this is all connected. So anyway, yeah, I think it would probably be, it's probably the inflammation is my guess. But yeah, been blowing your nose a lot. Well, think about it. If you had nickel toxicity in your head or in your brain, we've talked about this. I think the brain mostly detoxes through the nose, the phlegm, the mucus. It also detoxes some through the ears. So if you had a lot of toxicity in your head, right, the inflammation could go down, so the glasses would get looser, and you're also going to have a lot of snot coming out, which I talked to you guys about with Kelsey's daughter after she got the stainless steel crown out. So yeah, if you're getting snotty during this, or like you saw me earlier with the tingles in my nose and me blowing my nose, like, sinus problems have been a problem my whole life. And I said, I'm not out of this yet. But yeah, this is definitely detox. And if people have problems all the time with mucus and phlegm, they're toxic all the time. What we want to do is get to the point where it's not happening, or it's happening less often. Because you still need to detox through your phlegm and your mucus. Like, the idea of a mucus-free diet, I always thought like that was an old school thing. They still talk about it, but why would you? Mucus is there to protect you. Like, it literally grabs onto dust particles and other things that you would breathe in, so then you can blow them out. Like, that's why you sneeze, is to blow stuff out. It's a it's a reaction against toxins that have come in, and your body is trying to expel them. So, so we have, let's see, Mike Lansky says, I've been doing low vitamin A for 2 months now, but have no gallbladder. Should you take a bile salt? Bowels have slowed. Thank you. There's stuff in the Love Your Liver program about how to poop better. We went over research on, I think, nickel being directly bad for the gallbladder in one of the previous episodes. We don't generally take bile. If you might want to go watch the 3-part series, the 231 through 233, the toxic bile paradigm, taking more bile doesn't fix a bile related problem. And it's not that you don't make enough bile. You're still making bile. The only way you'd stop making bile is if they took your liver. You're missing the gallbladder, which is the thing that kind of, oh, so sorry, Mike, you're watching on X. Yeah. Thank you. I don't usually get these comments on X because I normally only look at the YouTube comments. So this is something new. But yeah, I would We don't, when you understand toxic bile paradigm, watch episodes 231 to 233. The thing you might do without a gallbladder would be, so your bile comes out more as a trickle all day long because you don't have the gallbladder to as a reservoir to soak it up. So what without a gallbladder, you want to try to mimic your bile flow. And generally the better way to do that is to eat less often. I mean, sorry, more often, more frequently. Have more smaller meals and then just watch your fat intake. Which we do anyway. We don't specifically do low fat. We just don't do a lot of added fats. You eat the fats that are in food, just like God intended. Like God did not intend us to be eating chunks of butter from a stick of butter. Like that's crazy. But anyway, that's what I would do. I want to find the nickel and gallbladder again. Oh, here's the funny thing. Gallbladder problems happen a lot more to women, right? Women have like 5 or 6 times more nickel problems than men. Wouldn't that be interesting? Let's look at this. Here we go. Joe, if you could show this. Heavy and trace metals in carcinoma of the gallbladder. We're going to see a pattern here that we've seen so many times before. Isn't this getting to be a joke by now? Like, it's funny how there's people out there who literally say I'm wrong, and we just keep finding more and more research showing the exact same patterns that we talk about over and over. And then people out there start saying, "Oh, selenium's not good for you," and like it's just mind-boggling. It's literally mind-boggling. So look here, selenium and zinc levels were significantly reduced. Gosh, wait, selenium deficiency and zinc deficiency, that's a thing? And copper concentration was found to be significantly higher in serum, so blood, bile, and gallbladder tissue from patients with carcinoma of the gallbladder. Let's keep going. Lead, cadmium, chromium, and nickel levels were elevated in serum and bile in patients with carcinoma of the gallbladder. So again, decrease in selenium and zinc, yet increased copper, lead, cadmium, chromium, and nickel levels. Same pattern. Nickel and chromium are basically toxic metals. Do not supplement chromium. Do not supplement chromium. If you're in Europe, do not supplement nickel. They literally have nickel sulfate supplements in Europe. They put it in some of the multivitamins there. Okay, so these are things that we fix. We fix selenium's deficiency and zinc deficiency, and we fix the toxicities that would tend to go along with it. Okay, so there we go. Okay. Oh, you got the link from Glass. Okay, cool. Thanks, Joe. Let's see. Oh, yeah, I'll just say it again. So Cottony Circle 4640 said, been sneezing and having a tingly nose a ton since low nickel. That same symptom that I'm having. Crazy. So thank you for sharing. Oh, and Jackie K added, they add fluoride to our water, which is also waste from the phosphate industry. They love us so much, don't they? They love us so much. Buttercup Yeshua says, yes, been a sneezy, like a sneezy dwarf with no cold. LOL. Yeah. And then there can be the cough. If you were doing a lot of nickel, if you were doing kind of the low love your liver and doing, fair amounts of oats and beans and whatever, and you were getting like a cold that was mainly just a cough, that was like a nickel detox dumping phase that you were going through. I'm positive of it now. One of the cycles I went through on the nickel detox was at the very start of it. Probably one of my very first symptoms within the first 2 to 4 days was I got a cough at night when I went to bed. It lasted 3 days and then it was gone. I'm not usually one to have a cough. So it was really weird that it came out all of a sudden, and it came and it went. Oh, Jana added, this detox is very rough. Yes, Jana knows. She's been listening to me talk in office hours. Pectin, apple, or citrus, and malic acid are important to take for symptom relief. I'm becoming a big, actually, you know what I'm wondering? Here, I didn't say this on the hair test. Joe, can you show the first hair test, the 2 and the 6 on the nickel? Not the 6 and the 41, the 2 and the 6. I want to show this again because I had a theory about why my nickel started going up. I might have mentioned it, but anyway. Can you get that for me, Joe? Well, anyway, I'll start. Oh, there we go. Okay. So, oh no, not that one, Joe, the other one. There we go. Cool. Thank you. So the 2, the 02, I just simplify it to the last number instead of adding like 0.002 or 0.006 or 0.02 or 0.0. I get tired of saying the point zeros and all that stuff. So I just simplify it to the last number. So the 2 is a very common, what we were seeing in people, myself included, who were doing, nickel in their foods. They were doing the, the oats and the beans and other fiber sources. And again, I'm not doing psyllium as part of the low nickel diet. It's a seed. I don't care what the internet says about it. If we know that nuts and seeds and beans and whole grains accumulate the most during my low nickel phase, I'm not eating it. You want to introduce it later, you can test it out. And you may, I forget, there was one Reddit thread of somebody saying, well, everything I read about, like some people say that, I forget which food it was. Some people say this food is high in nickel, and all around the internet, it says it's not. And there's all this debate. People are like, well, it is, it isn't, it is, it isn't. And then finally the original poster came back on. And he said, I tried it. I got nickeled. It's high in nickel. He's like, that's all I needed to know. And I was like, there you go. So you want to run around the internet and play games and try to game this and like mentally masturbate over what said it was low and what said it wasn't. You can. I'm not playing those games. But so one of the things I think happened here, so between the 2 and the 6, one of the things I got into was potassium malate. And I showed the paper a week or two ago about how malic acid helps to get the nickel out of plants, I believe it was. And so I'm wondering if this was part of it. I was probably also doing things that I didn't even realize to start avoiding nickel because, folks, I really think that one of two things has happened with nickel. First of all, it's accumulating people. So the problem is going to steadily, over time, get worse. That's just the nature of accumulation. However, I also think that they may be increasing our exposure to it, whether, you're looking at the sky or the fertilizers, they may be processing them differently or adding things to them. Kelsey was saying when they'll literally spray plants with nickel-based stuff for whatever reason, but she says they literally spray the leaves. They don't just put it on the roots, but they literally spray the leaves. So they're doing more stuff. So I think the nickel problem is coming to a head, and this is why it started to present itself to me in the various ways. Like I was feeling stuff, like not wearing the necklace and I never even thought about the jewel. I never thought about metal on my skin about that chain. I just thought I feel like that chain is messing with my sleep. That's all I felt. There wasn't any thought of like, oh, is it metal toxicity? Is it nickel? Is it what? I just like, I don't want it. So I was kind of coming to this stuff from another angle. And then the potassium malate, when I thought about that, I was like, sounds good to me. And then if you guys saw the fibromyalgia and nickel stuff, that I went over in the other episode. And magnesium malate is big with fibromyalgia people. I don't know why potassium malate isn't, but it should be. So I think that may be why I had that rise in the nickel. The potassium malate may have been a part of that. That's all. So Iowa City 88 says tobacco is a heavy user of phosphates and a high fixer of polonium. Inhaling nuclear particles deep into lung tissues may not be healthy. That's probably a safe bet. I would agree with that. Buttercup Yeshua asks, inulin is in yogurt, correct? No. Inulin is a fiber, a soluble fiber, typically found in, it's not found in a lot of foods and in high amounts, but it's definitely in Jerusalem artichoke. And what was the other one? Oh, chicory root. I always felt, I tried to eat Jerusalem artichokes once. I was like, I feel terrible. And then I took an inulin fiber prebiotic and I felt terrible. And I was like, this is the same feeling that I got from both of them. So that's where people are like, oh, whole food's different than the supplement. And I'm like, no, it wasn't different at all. It was exactly the same. Buttercup Yeshua is talking about on the low nickel diet, said, yes, never had GERD. It comes and goes. This is the nickel is literally coming out of your digestive lining. I don't know how this works, but when the nickel comes out of an area, it irritates the area. So you can be pretty sure, like if you're having mental stuff on the low nickel diet, it's coming out of your brain. That's good. If you're having a bunch of snot, however the nickel got there, it's coming out. If you're having a bunch of digestive issues or constipation, that happens on this. Okay, listen, on the low nickel diet, you may have some significant constipation. And it's not just the lack of fiber. It doesn't mean that just more fiber is going to fix it. You may just have constipation from the nickel irritating your guts. The nickel is what causes the hypothyroid, which then leads to the constipation, and the GERD, like it's literally nickel coming out of your digestive lining. So just know that if you have some constipation along this process and you were like, well, wait, I was pooping fine with the amount of pectin I was taking, then all of a sudden I got constipated. It doesn't mean that the apple pectin stopped doing its job. It means that it's the low nickel diet. You come to me with all these new symptoms during the low nickel diet, and I'm going to be like, do you think it's related? Yes, I absolutely do. Did I have constipation on the low nickel diet? Yes. Am I still was I taking the same amount of apple pectin and MCP that whole time? Yes. Am I still taking the same amount of apple pectin and MCP now when I'm having very, very satisfying multi times a day poops? Yes. I didn't change anything. Oh, one other thing about the low nickel detox. If you already know that you're sensitive to space weather or EMF, here's the sucky news. You're going to be more sensitive to it during the detox. You are. Sorry. So we have, okay. So intuitive IFS therapy says my US hardwood charcoal from iHerb suddenly got a lead warning on it. Should I be concerned about it? Is this from iHerb? I don't know. I would contact the company and find out, because sometimes they do. I mean, like, imagine, you know how light charcoal is, right? Charcoal is really, really light. I think the Prop 65 thing is for like 100 grams. So think of how much charcoal that is. And the lead is like bound up in the charcoal. Would we love to not have that warning there? Yes. Do amounts and concentrations matter? Yes. Actually, one of the links I posted was about how much food you're eating versus how much nickel in it is important. So I would, I mean, you can contact the company, not iHerb, but contact the company that makes it and see what the actual amount is in there and how much lead is in how much charcoal for that test. I forget the Prop 65 ins and outs, but sometimes it can be pretty, like, it doesn't make any sense. It's like, this is not a serving. Like, nobody's eating 100 grams of charcoal a day. So Anyway. Oh, Christopher says I had reduced my organic cigarettes casually until this last couple of weeks when I dropped them entirely. Immediate cold for a few days and consistent phlegmatic detox since. Well, where would the nickel from cigarettes go first, right? Be in your sinuses, it'd be in your throat, it'd be, in your breathing pathways. And how do we get that out? With phlegm. So yeah, that makes sense. Good job quitting the cigarettes, Chris. Okay. Okay, Kurtu asks, do you think it's okay to keep eating 2 slices of whole grain bread every day? I need some whole grain for bowel movements. I think it's about 20 micrograms or less. Okay, this is exactly what I'm talking about. I can't say. You can get fiber from other sources that we know are clean. Like I'm positive that apple pectin is clean of toxic metals. Same thing with the sun fiber. Oh, the other thing you might do, folks, is sun fiber to feed your gut bacteria. The nickel research, some of the low nickel diet researchers, they found that nickel allergy people, nickel sensitive people were low in either lactobacillus or bifidobacteria or both. Okay, well, what exactly does sun fiber feed? It feeds both without putting them in, right? So you're not having to put them in, you're just feeding them and bringing up their populations, which is, if you need one or the other and they're starving and you feed them, they will do better. So am I using sun fiber as part of this? Yes, I'm doing a scoop a day. So there's that. You can do that as part of it, which sun fiber has been shown to help constipation and diarrhea, which means it's helping with something in there. If it's not just the probiotics, it's helping with something. So Kurtu, if it really was 20 micrograms of nickel, that needs context of how much you're eating otherwise. Okay. So it would, that could be low. It could be, one of the lower standards for nickel in the diet on the low nickel diet is about 150 micrograms a day. Okay. So could you fit, if that was true, like I'm just saying, like without measuring that food exactly, it's like the test, we don't guess. If you don't know that food, you don't really know, because you could look on Nickel Navigator or all over the internet and they say, oh, this food is low in that. But what if the farmer who grew the wheat or the whole grain that you're eating used phosphate fertilizers or a different fertilizer, or did something, or lives in an area where there's tons of chemtrails or whatever, and it's got more nickel than the internet said? This is the problem with trying to play games. If you make the wrong move, I don't know. So, it's good to keep pooping, but I don't know. I can't say. This is where playing the games, where like what accumulates the most nickel. In the older studies, they always mentioned whole grains first. So I can't. That's why I'm avoiding the whole grains. So, but if you can figure out another fiber source, if you want to keep that in, it's up to you. If you're correct on the nickel content of it, if that's true, then it's probably okay. That specific thing. If it's not, worst case scenarios, you only detox down to a certain point that the whole wheat might, or the whole grain might be stopping you at some point. That's what I got. But this is exactly what I'm talking about, folks. I'm not doing whole grains during this. I'm just, it's a rule. Like actually I went out the other day and I wasn't thinking. And a friend of mine took me to a bagel place and I got a pumpernickel rye bagel because rye specifically feeds certain bacteria in your gut. And I just figure once in a while I'll have some rye. And I had it, and I ate about a quarter of it, and I was like, dang it. I forgot. I should have just got a white bagel with something else on it. One of the other, like sea salt or something. And I was eating it, and I was going, okay, well, we're going to see how I feel. We're going to watch am I going to get nickeled? I didn't notice anything after it. So does that mean I'm going to go eat one of those every day? No. Does it mean that, like, I took it as I need to pay attention better. I need to remember, because that was like one of the first times I've eaten whole grains on this whole time, but it was by accident. But it didn't cause me any problems, but I'm also over the hump, and I had been really strict. So, so that's what I got, Kurtu. Christopher says, yeah, a year of slow detox brought more energy to my system for cleaning. MSG is my best friend. Again, folks, MSG helps with nickel. Actually, there was a, what is the bioprotectors? There's a paper by some Russian researchers, and they made a bioprotectors complex against, I think it was against copper and nickel and iron. And they put MSG in it. So glutamate is your friend. Glutamate is, whenever you hear people talking about glutamine fixing leaky gut, what they really mean is glutamate. They just don't want to give people MSG because they're afraid of it. They'd rather give them, what is glutamine? Glutamine is glutamate plus ammonia. It's literally glutamate with an ammonia bound to it. So in your body, if those break apart, you then have glutamate, yes, but you also just added ammonia to the system, which your body doesn't like. But if you take glutamate can bind an ammonia to make a glutamine, and then you have less ammonia floating around your system. So the glutamate, it can feed your gut lining. It could also scavenge ammonia for you. Well, that's nice. So why is everybody out there taking grams and tens of grams of glutamine a day and adding all this ammonia to your system? And then you always hear about, well, I don't hear about glutamine fixing anybody's leaky gut. And then eventually people stop taking it because the ammonia load gets too much. If you're sensitive to MSG right now, you are likely nickel toxic, pretty nickel toxic. And I think Beth Martins, who does the deprogramming your health thing in our group, she was saying that she is getting more tolerant. She's able to start bumping up her MSG now that she's been doing the low nickel diet long enough. So I'm just telling you, like, your sensitivities to the things that we do in the program, whether you're sensitive to zinc or selenium or molybdenum or flush niacin or lactoferrin, are likely related to your toxicities, and nickel toxicity is up there. So during the detox, you don't want to push anything too hard and make yourself feel worse. But also, if you didn't tolerate them at the start, you will likely tolerate more of them at the end. You'll be more resilient and you'll be less toxic. So, okay. Okay, Archer said my nickel level in my hair test was 0.19 from 925. And I mean, I'm assuming you mean last year, or September of 25, and went down to a 0.01 3 weeks into your low nickel diet while I was experiencing detox symptoms of a cough. Well, yeah. I mean, could it go down? Could it? This is why, like with copper, we do blood and hair, because just like nickel symptoms are going to show up in different places for different people. So like I did my urine and my blood and my hair, didn't show up particularly in the blood or the urine, but it did show up in the hair. So this is why when I was trying to catch this, am I going to do this on everybody? No, I don't need to do it. You don't need to know your nickel level. Just like I don't need a serum retinol, a blood vitamin A level, to get people better from vitamin A toxicity, because the approach is very simple. I don't need a hair nickel or a blood nickel or a urine nickel to help people get better from nickel toxicity. We just do the same approach. So, but yeah, you may, Archer, I may have had a big dump kind of, I was getting close to being over the hump when I was doing that hair test, but the hair would have had all the stuff in it from before. But yeah, it all depends on where you get rid of it. Like, I think a lot of the nickel is going out through the gut into the poop, and the bile into the poop. So that could be a big thing. Cottony's Circle says Pectosol is naturally super high in potassium too. Okay, let me address this. Pectosol has potassium in it and sodium in it. Yes. For those of you who are worried about the potassium content, or like, am I going to take too much? We haven't seen the potassium from Pectosol cause, like, what I have seen so far, what I have observed is that people can keep taking the potassium or the foods or the supplements that they were doing before the Pectosol, and they can just add the Pectosol, and the potassium and the Pectosol doesn't like push them over some edge. I haven't seen it yet. Could it happen? Sure. But I haven't seen it. Archer's saying my lithium level during the same period went from a 0.001, let's see, to a 0.039. Sorry, let me show you the second one. My nickel level during that same period went from a 0.001 to 0.039. So maybe lithium and nickel often, here's a thought. Wait, whoa. Wait, I thought you said your lithium. Wait, I'm confused. Archer, you said your lithium level during the same period went from a 0.001 in a previous, that there was this chat, your lithium level during the same period, and then later you say your nickel level during that same period went from a 0.001 to a 0.039. As you heard me earlier, I was confusing lithium and nickel. I was interchanging them at times. So which one, this might actually help people in the future. Which one was it? Was it the nickel jumped up like that, or was it the lithium that jumped up? If you're still here. This is really interesting so while I'm waiting for Chicken Donkey says the nickel hair test can't be real. Oh, it's absolutely real. Like, I mean, why would I don't have any reason to make it up. Yeah. Let's see. So okay, so if he's not here, or he or she, I don't know which it is, but if they aren't here, here's what I'm going to say. The body likes to detox. This is a general observation. This is another theory of mine, is the body will detox in layers. Like it likes to detox certain things first, and then it likes to detox other things later. You saw my hair test where my lithium was like off the chart and the nickel was starting to creep up. And then you saw after the lithium had dumped, the lithium crashed down and then the nickel went way off the chart. So just a theory, if this person was really, if they meant to say their lithium level went up by 39 times, it may be that the body, as it's, if you do a low nickel diet or are reducing your nickel, it may detox the lithium first, and that's the one we see first, and then the nickel comes later. It's just a theory based on the pattern we may be seeing. Let me go see if they commented. No, they haven't commented yet. So maybe they left. And I'm going to assume they're telling the truth, that they're not just here trolling and saying, the opposite of what I saw. Okay, so Intuitive IFS Therapy asks, can we use the Pectosol without the nickel diet to remove metals? I'm having to focus on calcium now, so I can't do the anti-nickel diet. Yes. Yeah, I kind of covered that specifically, but I wanted to hit it again. So yes. Fabuladium says, loving their metal-free glass frying pan. So yeah, I mean, borosilicate glass. Yes, it has boron in the glass, but the boron's not coming out. Okay. Oh, Buttercup Yeshua added, had anxiety and extreme stomach hurting at night. Thought it was from eating gluten. I mean, could it be? Could, but I had the same thing. I would wake up at night. Yeah. Is it a bile dump? Maybe. Is it a bile dump that might be full of nickel? Maybe. But I would wake up, especially in the early phases of this, I'd wake up and my stomach would be kind of off. And then I'd start feeling the anxiety coming on, which is an old pattern for me. Like I've had this before. And so I was just kind of going, oh, this sucks. But then what happened, as you may notice in the future, Buttercup Yeshua, is that the intensity of it goes down. So all of a sudden, maybe you're waking up and you either have the stomach, still like the anxiety is less, the stomach may still be there, or it might be vice versa. And then you start noticing that they both start going down until they stop happening. And then you know you really fix something. So, oh, Sergio said I did activated charcoal in my rolled barley for a long time, but I don't know if it helped. Yeah, like charcoal's amazing. Don't get me wrong. I'm not anti-charcoal now. I'm not anti-zeolite. Like they both help, absolutely. And they both can work long-term really well. Excuse me. But for the nickel part, and just so, you know, I don't want to load you guys up on too many things. Like you could take everything at once. Sure, you can. But it also gets really expensive. And right now I'm trying to focus on this issue at the time. But once you're, you know, like we talked about, you can use the zeolite for stomach stuff. And once we're done with this, then you could, you know, start figure out your long-term binders, because at no point are we going to live in a non-toxic world. There will be no point where we live in a non-toxic world. So when you think about maintenance for the long term, that's what you're thinking about. Okay. That's a good question. Heather says, so I have a large container of Pectisol. Can I just add some sodium alginate? You could. I haven't done the specific research with Econugenics, who makes the Pectisol, so they actually named theirs Algimate, and they either have a trademark on it or a patent on it as well. So I think they made that alginate a little smaller too. I don't think it doesn't get into the blood. They do not say it gets into the blood, but you could just do some sodium alginate, but I don't know that it's the same thing as the Algimate. Right now, I'm really, well, I only have so much time to experiment. And by the time I'm done with the Pecticlear, I'll be de-nickeled. So I won't be, that's part of the problem now. That's why I wanted Kelsey to try the Pecticlear, and I wanted other people to experiment with the Pecticlear to see if they turn the corner like I think I did. And this is all going so fast that, you know, some people might be like, why don't you wait until you know? And I'm going, this stuff is not hurting anybody. So I'm going to tell people about it. And then if you guys find out that things help, which often you do, and you get back to me, then I have even more data. This is like what crowdsourced data, right? And like you guys talking about your detox symptoms. This is the same stuff we're seeing in people over and over. So it helps us know. Just Andy says, I fudged up so many times. Yep. Oh, good. Yeah. Heather Parker says, if in doubt, leave it out. That is something. Yes. Joe posted the DIY HEPA air filter. Let's see. Oh, yeah. No, Lisa says, so we can't take the sun fiber anymore. No, I didn't say that at all. No, absolutely. You can take it. So let me go through this real quick. Okay. So I was looking at research on alginate this morning. Okay. So let's talk about the fibers. Okay. So modified citrus pectin, as in Pectisol, or what's in Pecticlear. It is, I don't know if you want to call it hydrolyzed. It's broken down a bit. So it's smaller, so it can get into your bloodstream. So it can go and grab toxic metals out of your bloodstream and carry it out through your kidneys. So we're using we're kind of able to use that detox system now, the kidneys. to get rid of nickel, which is where a lot of nickel goes anyway. So we have that. That's not really going to probably help you poop that much, although it's helping my mom poop. My mom is pooping much better since she started on the MCP. So could it help you poop? Yes. Is it meant to be like a prebiotic or a gut food, or is it really turning into a lot of short chain fatty acids like butyrate? No, the Pectisol is not really doing that. Okay. So then that's that. Apple pectin. It's mainly there. We talk about it mainly as a bulking fiber, but for that to bulk properly, you got to have a little sugar with it. So it gels just like a jam or a jelly. It needs the sugar to gel. You cannot use pectin if you don't have a sugar with it, then that they have to make pectins with calcium in them so that they gel. So if you don't want to add more calcium to your diet, which I'm not going to do, you're going to need to have a little bit of sugar with the pectin, or else the pectin's just floating in the water, not doing a lot. It is still feeding your gut bacteria though. Okay. So the pectin can feed your gut bacteria. The pectin, if you get it to gel, it can also help be the bulk that helps you to poop better while you're doing this relatively low fiber diet. Okay. Sun fiber. Sun fiber is basically a prebiotic, pre-digested guar, partially hydrolyzed guar gum, PHGG. It is a pre-digested soluble fiber. It doesn't gel, so it doesn't necessarily help you poop by bulking. It helps you poop by feeding the lactobacillus and the bifidobacteria that are decimated by nickel toxicity. And where does nickel accumulate first and foremost? In the gut and the skin. So sun fiber is still totally fine to take. I take sun fiber once a day with with the Pecticlear and apple pectin. Okay. Costs 5 cents per BM. Yeah. Okay, this is a good question. Hugo Contreras says, Doctor, how do I know if it's too much of the keystone mineral? I take 1 a day, would like to try 2 per day. I give specific instructions. You guys, just so you know, on our main website, on nutritiondetective.com, Joe, if you want to go find this link, there is an instructions link in the menu bar with instructions for all of our products, detailed instructions for all of our products. So if you want to go read the sun fiber instructions, you want to read the lactoferrin instructions, you want to read the keystone instructions. Okay. Generally, keystone minerals is formulated for a 1 a day dose. That's the basic dose. It's meant to be a dose that a vast majority of adults can use, and it benefits them, and it helps them to get out of deficiency while not being too much. Joe has the instructions link right there. So if you click on that page, it'll take you to all the different products where you can find the drop-down instructions are there. So anyway, there's that. So yeah, see there they are. And the QR code on the bottles will take you to the different instructions. Okay. But keystone minerals is meant to be a 1 a day thing. Now, when we have hair tests and blood tests and we are doing consultations with people, do Nathan and Kelsey and I suggest to people often that they could take more than the equivalent of 1 keystone minerals a day if there's zinc and selenium and molybdenum all agree that we could go up there? Yes. For those of you who don't remember this or didn't listen or didn't read your treatment plan, if someone is taking more than the basic keystone mineral doses of zinc, so zinc is 30 milligrams, selenium is 150 micrograms, molybdenum is 150 micrograms. If someone is taking higher than those doses of any of those minerals, and they are not testing at all, I do not suggest that people take higher than those doses for more than 6 months. So you don't push too far. So if you out there choose to take 2 keystone minerals and you're not doing any testing, I would not take 2 Keystone Minerals a day for longer than 6 months without any testing. And this is, you know, for me to help protect you from, you know, taking too much. Could it be too much? Yes. Do you know if it's too much until you realize it's too much? No, you don't know until you know, it's FAFO. You take too much minerals for too long and it's too much for you, then you only find out once it's too much. So generally, if people are not testing at all, the limits I put on supplementing zinc is 30 milligrams long-term, 150 to 200 micrograms of selenium long-term, because the typical selenium pills other than ours are typically 200 micrograms, and 150 micrograms of molybdenum a day. Those are the limits I put on people. Those are the general limited suggestions for those amounts, the high end of them, if you're not ever testing. If you choose to go higher than that, that's on you. If you choose to take 2 Keystone Minerals and you're not working with one of my facilitators, that's on you. If you take 2 Keystone Minerals for longer than 6 months, which is what I would suggest, if you just decide to do it out of the blue and you just want to experiment with it and you take 2 and you're like, I feel fine, I feel good, my suggestion is that you stop that after 6 months unless you're testing. That's what I have on that. Oh, here, let's see. Copper Sucks says, reducing zinc helped reduce my nickel dumping symptoms. And yep, zinc is a supplement I struggled with for a long time. I love that the theories that I come up with so often pan out in real life. It's cool. And I'm doing this to help people like Copper Sucks feel better during it. And it makes me feel good when I'm like, I think this is the way it works. And then it pans out. So yes, excellent. Okay. Human Health said, GERD is my longest standing symptom and low nickel has flared it up just like lactoferrin had. Okay. So don't take any lactoferrin. You should already know that. Might have to try adding it again. I don't know. Lots of symptoms around the household since we started, but going well. So yeah, you're seeing the general trend is up, but there can be lots of symptoms around. So if you wanted to, for when these detox symptoms come on, you can't always help them. Somebody in my office hours the other day tried the zeolite when their stomach was acting up, and they said it really helped. It felt very soothing. It felt like it kind of, her words were coated. It felt like it was coating, kind of like that Pepto-Bismol commercial. So anyway, you might want to try the zeolite. You can always try the charcoal, something that, you could even try somebody might try a 1/4 teaspoon of baking soda in case there's an acidity component to it, just to kind of calm it down. But I would try the zeolite first. Yeah. But yeah, so if you had GERD as a long-standing symptom and you got tons of nickel in your stomach lining and it starts coming out and that aggravates the symptom, then yeah. So it can suck. It can suck. Yes, Jackie was saying, please remember to like and subscribe and comment and all that stuff. But just remember, what does YouTube like the most? YouTube likes people watching videos, because what does YouTube sell? Does you liking or commenting or subscribing? Remember how YouTube makes their money, Google advertising, right? So they want you watching ads. So what do they reward? The more ads you watch. I'm not trying to sell anything. I mean, we have the ads on the channel now because they were dinging me for, they don't like channels that don't advertise, right? That don't let them advertise. So anyway, yeah, the more time you watch on the channel. So if you want to binge watch the channel or just set your phone to the side and just have a video playing in the background just to help me get watch time, that helps the channel. The watch time is what helps YouTube want to promote it. Iowa City 88 says, weed growers, the safest thing they use is the phosphate fertilizer. Beats the mystery cocktail of chemicals they spray on it. y'all, this modern weed, now that it's legalized, is scary, scary, scary stuff. Hania, I don't know how to say it, but anyway, have you found the high levels of nickel in breast milk study for other countries? I'm curious if any of this is location influenced. Of course it's location influenced. I mean, literally, like Kelsey's area has nickel in the rocks, and it's in the well water, and it's in the lake. So I'll do a quick search. I'll do breast milk nickel PubMed. We'll just see if anything comes up. Hold on. Let's see. What? Oh, we need to talk about that. Okay, we need to talk about the iron thing. Hold on, let me look up something. 0.6. What is that? Well, let's look at this one. Joe, if you could bring this up. Okay. So this is just from a quick search. The concentration and health risk of potentially toxic elements in the breast milk of mothers, a systematic review and meta-analysis. Why is vitamin A in breast milk if it's not good for the baby? Like, there's rocket fuel in breast milk. That is the dumbest defense of anything I've ever heard. So they're looking at lead, cadmium, arsenic, iron, zinc, copper, nickel. So they say here, where was nickel? Where was nickel? I don't know why they're doing a concentration by weight of a fluid. Like the other study was micrograms per liter, which is the same unit as they use in the urine and the urine and the blood. But why are they? Let's see. In addition, for trace elements, Eastern Mediterranean region was the region with the highest concentrations of copper, iron, nickel, and zinc. So here's that nickel. Now remember, I just told you, I want you to think about this. Copper is typically, okay, so let's just do some numbers that people are pretty familiar with, right? So zinc is, okay, so we dose zinc in a supplement, we dose zinc in milligrams, right? Iron is dosed in milligrams. Copper is dosed in milligrams. A lot less. I'm not saying to take copper. I'm saying, but supplements of copper, like 2 milligrams is very common, right? 2 milligrams supplement of copper is very common. Zinc, 30 milligrams is what we use, right? Iron is, we talked about iron is dosed in milligrams. Like a typical supplement of iron might be anywhere from 20 to 30 milligrams. But look at nickel compared to these. 3.56 milligrams per kilogram, 2.78 milligrams per kilogram. Zinc is 5.58 milligrams per kilogram, and nickel is 3.13 milligrams per kilogram. I just told you that people are having massive detox dumping symptoms from reducing the nickel in their diet by 100 to 200 micrograms a day. That's 0.1 to 0.2 milligrams. And nickel is up at the same level as copper, iron, and zinc. That's scary. And they're just like, no, it's fine. It's all good. Generally safe for instance, generally safe for infants to consume. I hope breast milk is generally safe for infants to consume. Oh my goodness. But they don't want to tell you. What do they not want to tell you, folks? They do not want to tell you that toxicity is behind it. Here, let me explain something else. So even the Pectosol research, there's a couple of studies, not a ton of studies, but there's, probably less than I can count on one hand of Pectosol studies reducing toxicity in people of the toxic metals. The rest of the studies, if you go and you look up Pectosol or MCP, you're going to find that they say it reduces or it inhibits galectin-3. This is how it gets rid of cancer, is it inhibits galectin-3. This is how it gets rid of hypertension. It inhibits galectin-3. And I'm like, it's not the galectin-3. The reason why it's helping in multiple studies with prostate cancer isn't the galectin-3. It's not some weird mechanistic marker of inflammation. It's literally getting rid of the toxicity. So even Pectosol is going into the conventional mechanism stuff. That may be a smart move on their part because they know that if they start talking about toxicity too much, they're going to get the axe. They're going to get, blackballed from the research. But if they talk about galectin-3, because galectin-3, why do they want to talk about mechanisms like these made up words and these made up mechanisms of galectin-3? Why do they want to talk about that? Who puts money into mechanistic research? Pharmaceutical companies put money into mechanistic research because they absolutely have to avoid the talking about toxicity. They cannot talk about toxicity. The whole thing falls apart if they start talking about toxicity too much. Cancer, toxicity, they won't talk about it. So Iowa City 88 knows his agricultural stuff. He says Iran uses toxic Soviet-style agricultural methods. Iran also has severe water shortages, makes for an extra toxic environment for mothers. Makes sense. Here we go. Yeah. So an example. Thank you for this. Human Health. He said he or she, sorry. They said we basically only went from beans at least once a day and switching the pans. That's all they did. Switched the pans, stopped eating beans once a day. They didn't change anything else. They said the water and air were already good. It kicked it off for everybody. Endless snot and lots of coughs. This stuff wants out of you, folks, but once you take out, if you want to call it the keystone, if you want to take out the keystone thing that was holding your nickel detox back and you take out the beans or you switch your pans, imagine somebody is like, oh, all you people are just having a nutrient deficiency because you took out whatever. No. So when we have somebody fix their water supply and they start detoxing, are they missing a nutrient? No. If somebody switches their pans and they start detoxing, are they missing a nutrient? No. This is as real as detox gets. You're taking out the toxin and it's opening up the floodgates for your body to get rid of it. You saw it on my hair test. Oh, Fernando says it does suck, LMAO. Yeah, it sucks. So here's Joe. Joe's saying grow white sweet potatoes. Sweet potatoes are excluders. They have evolved mechanisms to trap metals like nickel and copper in the fibrous roots and the skin and peel, preventing them from moving into the starchy flesh. This is a survival mechanism to protect the part of the plant that ensures the next generation. That's interesting, Joe. I definitely peel if you're going to eat plant foods, peel them. Now, here's the funny thing. Wait, let me hit on this. This is a weird. Peeling fruits and vegetables takes out the most toxic part. What are we doing with white rice and white flour? Are we basically not peeling it? We're basically peeling it. So, so you're basically peeling the grains. Now, does peeling the beans work? I don't know. There was a guy who used to like shuck his beans or whatever. I don't know. He was taking the outside off the beans. I was like, there's no way in heck I would ever do this. This is way too much work. No way. No way. Somebody might do it for a little while, but Joe says to boil the white sweet potato to preserve the pectin. Don't overcook it. What a valuable crop. Each pound sells for $2 in the grocery stores here in Milwaukee. So you got to make sure with the white sweet potatoes, because I've seen mixed stuff about how much vitamin A they have in them, because they're not totally white. Generally, there's kind of a tint to them. So you got to be, I generally, with the vitamin A thing back in the day, I was like, I'm not messing with, because I saw varying things. Like basically one of the things that scared me was some of the white sweet potato data said it was about 1/10 of the vitamin A of orange sweet potatoes. And I was still like, orange sweet potatoes are like off the charts. I don't want 1/10 of that. And then some people would find other data and they're like, well, it's really, really low. And I'm like, I'm just not messing with it. I don't like sweet potatoes that much to mess with it. So, Joe's talking about, if you want to check in the live chat, Joe's talking about how he grew them. Buttercup Yeshua asks, is soy sauce okay? If I was going to use anything like soy sauce, I would use wheat-free tamari. So it's soy based, but it's cultured. So it's breaking down the daidzein and the genistein and the isoflavone polyphenols that are in it that are so estrogenic. And then one other thing. Yeah. So we don't want the soy isoflavones that are so estrogenic. And also, if you didn't hear me before, copper is a metalloestrogen, which means it acts like an estrogen and it stimulates estrogen receptors in the body. And so is nickel. Nickel is a metalloestrogen. Excuse me. So if you ladies out there are having estrogen dominance, it's probably nickel and copper toxicity. The devil's copper and copper. So yeah. Hania says, do you know anyone or have any advice for those who ate quinoa for years on Love Your Liver and is now doing nickel detox? Major detox symptoms now. Well, we have a couple of things. I mean, well, I kind of went over them. That's what we got. If you're in this stuff, we got, get on the Pecticlear, get on the Pectisol. Make sure you're not pushing detox buttons too hard of things that you were sensitive to before. Yeah, I kind of went over it all. So I don't want to go over it all again. That's enough stuff. Blaze Becker says, Dr. Garrett, you need to look at glypho detox also from Econugenics to help detox pesticides and other agriculture and environmental toxins along with the Pexol for your mom. The only thing about it, the glypho detox, I don't want the kelp or the seaweed or whatever that's in it. And I'm mixed on glycine. I don't know if Stephanie Seneff's theory about glyphosate substituting for glycine, I don't know. That's all theory as far as I know. So, but otherwise it's like Pectisol, and I think there's alginate in it. And glycine gives me insomnia. So my mom tends to react a lot of the ways that I do. So it's a product out there. It's a product, but just like anything, I don't use everything from any one company. So, Radomir said, I stopped cooking in nickel cookware, stainless steel that had nickel in it. It's a game changer. Awesome. Devon's Gates said, not sure if this has been asked yet, but is soluble fiber required for nickel detox, even if one is particularly sensitive to fiber? Okay. You're going to want some fiber on the low nickel diet from somewhere. Here's a very important thing, though. We kind of talked about this before. If You thought you were sensitive to soluble fiber. You might have just been sensitive to the nickel in the whole grains and the beans. It may not be a soluble fiber reaction at all. It may be a nickel reaction. And I don't think Beth is on the live chat, but if she was, she could tell you that we've had people say, I used to think I was sensitive to fiber, but when I do low nickel, like purified soluble fibers, they don't have a reaction. So then what was it? It's probably the nickel. So that's on that. But yeah, is it required? I mean, you do want to crap. And if you're eating refined starches, they're going to digest pretty completely. God, am I going to do another 4-hour one? Seriously, I got a problem. It's just so easy these days. I can tell you, I don't know if I told you guys this. The last 4-hour live stream I did, I got done with it, and I was not as brain tired or body tired as I usually am when I got done. And I went and I did my inner circle for an hour and 15 minutes right after it. And I got done with all that. And I was like, I just literally talked, my brain running full speed for almost close to 5.5 hours. And then I went and I picked up my son and we went to the gym, and like, I was going, this is wild. Like, this is not the way it used to be. I used to be wiped out after the live stream and the inner circle. And I would tell like Julie and I'm like, I'm done after that. I'm not getting anything else done that day. And now it seems to be totally different. And now 4-hour live streams seem to be like a warm up. I don't know. But I kind of answered the soluble fiber question earlier. If you missed it, I do think soluble fiber is necessary. And if you're eating, so you know how carnivores will say, well, we don't poop much because we digest all the meat and there's nothing left to poop. That's kind of true. And does it make sense that if you break down and digest if you're having like starches, just carbs, or you're having sugar from fruits that doesn't have a lot of fiber in it, like let's say bananas, there's not going to be much to poop. There's just not. You're going to use up most of that instead of having like high fiber foods where you're going to have roughage and stuff to make bulk in your poop. So I do think soluble fiber, and the alginate actually literally acts as a soluble fiber. The paper I was reading earlier this morning says it's a soluble fiber. It's a polysaccharide, which is, fibers are polysaccharides too. That's why they put fibers on the carb section of the nutrition information. So they have carbohydrates in them, but we just don't digest them a whole lot. And that's what fiber is, right? So I would definitely be getting some sort of soluble fiber to help you poop during this. But if you're literally sensitive to apple pectin, like purified, isolated apple pectin, then you're going to have to find something else. But you may find that you're not. So Luigi Ticano says, how much magnesium lotion to use? 2 pumps is the basic dose. If you want to use more, you can. 2 pumps a day is the basic dose. Okay. Buttercup Yeshua says, hey, doc, do you think people that don't have gallbladders are more prone to Alzheimer's because the gallbladder is helping the fat get to the brain? No, I think that the same things that would cause Alzheimer's and ruin gallbladders are just breaking down weak link after weak link. Just like that paper I showed where like we could look at the same, what was it, the heavy and trace. Like if we look at this one, it was toxic metals were higher in the serum of people with gallbladder carcinoma. I bet they got nickel. We know nickel ruins gallbladders. We know nickel is higher in the brain of neurodegenerative diseases. Like it's all connected. So it's more of just the gallbladder can break down first. The brain takes a lot longer to get really bad. So, but I mean, just depends on how resilient your different body parts are. What is the weak link that breaks first? But can it be the same things breaking link after link. Yes. This is like when people take pharmaceutical drugs and they get symptom A and they keep taking it, and then they get symptom B, and then they get symptom C, and it's just the toxicity hitting weak link after weak link after weak link. It's just breaking them down. So you see people, first they got kidney problems, or they got skin problems, and they got kidney problems, and they got heart problems, and then they got liver problems. And it's system after system, weak link after weak link breaking down. Do I think it's anything about the gallbladder helping get fat to the brain? No, not particularly. I mean, we need some fat, but the amount of fat that humans actually need to run things it's way smaller than the lipidophiles would have us believe. Okay. Okay, I'm going to hit on this one because this is an important topic. Dr. Smith, do you think cooking beans with activated charcoal would bind enough nickel to make it safe? I have no idea. I'm not placing bets on it. I'm not doing it. I'm not advising it. Would there be less toxicity in those beans? Yes. Charcoal is not the best thing to grab onto nickel. And if you're going to do it, it has to sit a long time. This is just the playing games. I don't want to do it. I just rather not put the nickel in. So that's that. Oh, Kurtu said, thank you for the earlier response. Oh, yes. Let's talk about this. Cottony Circle says, another huge thing is blood sugar crashes are way better now. Also, OCD thoughts are going away. I tried eating asparagus and the OCD and the blood sugar crashes came back. Okay. Thank you for posting this. This is the stuff like, these aren't plants. Like, these aren't people that thank you for coming here and saying these things. Those of you who dove in head first with me. The blood sugar crashes. Okay. For those of you who get the hangries or who get hypoglycemia or idiopathic postprandial, whatever it's called, with the fancy, I forget the full fancy medical name for what we call blood sugar crashes. Okay. Any trace of that has gone away for me too. Like, I will literally some days I don't eat breakfast just because I just do stuff instead. And then sometimes, like, let's say I get distracted with work at lunch and all of a sudden it's like 3 or 4 in the afternoon and I'm like, I'm hungry. I feel empty, but there's no crash. The brain is not slowing down. Like when I said I did this 5.5 hours of live stream, I didn't eat in there. The blood sugar stability from this is outrageous. So if you're like one of those where I gotta eat every 2 hours or whatever, that's gonna, if you fix this, that's going to go away. Cottony Circle is the 3rd or 4th person who has told me when I've talked to them about the blood sugar stuff that it's gone away. And like, the blood sugar stability is outrageous. As an example of how we can start to be sure of this is when we would have once in a while, when we would get like a diabetic or a, metabolic syndrome person, a person who regularly watched their blood sugar, like normally, right? Even mainstream, they would say, well, whole grains and beans are good for diabetics because they give you very steady blood sugar. That's normally what's said, right? And they say avoid the rice and avoid the white potatoes and avoid all the purified, the refined flours because they spike your blood sugar. But we'd have some diabetics come on the program and they would say the beans and the whole grains are like, my blood sugar is going way too high. And back then I was confused. I was like, this doesn't make any sense. And now I look at it and now I'm going, okay, now with the low nickel and the comments about the blood sugar stability, they were having blood sugar problems from the nickel that was coming in, plus the carbs. But now we know the fix. So, hypoglycemia. If you have hypoglycemia, let me just see it. Let me see if I can find it, Joe. Oh, it's just idiopathic postprandial syndrome. Yeah, that's all it is. I forgot yeah. Idiopathic postprandial syndrome, colloquially, but incorrectly known by some as hypoglycemia. So why do they say that? Because a lot of people, let's say if they in research, when they say, oh, my blood sugar's crashing, I'm getting all these symptoms, and they measure their blood sugar, and their blood sugar is still technically normal, then they say you don't have low blood sugar. Well, what tends to give people these symptoms is that it's not that their blood sugar necessarily went low. It's that their blood sugar dropped too far, too fast, and their body is worried. And so their body puts up defenses like stress hormones, which is why people feel like shaky and stressed when it happens. And they get angry because they're stressed. So it's the drop too fast. They're not monitoring how fast it dropped. They're only monitoring where it is. So imagine this. This is the example I give on it. If you were going, 30 miles an hour and you suddenly brake hard to go down to 20 miles an hour, like you brake hard, but you only go down 10 miles an hour, that still will trigger the oh shit mechanism in your brain. If you're at 90 miles an hour and you drop to 80 very quickly, still a 10.10 mile an hour drop. But if you do that quick, your brain will do the oh crap thing. You could be going 15 miles an hour and brake really hard and go to 5 miles an hour and still, so I say this is like if you had a blindfold and you're in the passenger seat. You had a blindfold, you're in the passenger seat, that dropping 10 miles an hour very fast, no matter how fast you're going, will create the stress response. Because you're like, something just happened that we had to brake really hard for. Even though we didn't come to a stop, we didn't hit anything, it still scared you. That's like what the blood sugar drop can do. You can have people who have diabetic blood sugar levels of like 300, and they will get low blood sugar symptoms. Because what happened? They dropped too fast. They didn't ever go low. Their body just had the same oh crap response. So that's why. So now we're getting to the point. The blood sugar stuff is not, the blood sugar stability is outrageous. Ida said this on Twitter the other day, that she had the same thing. So yeah. Oh, okay. DB, whatever. I need to hit on iron here. Okay. I am not, this is not medical advice. One of the biggest issues in getting women out of the nickel toxicity issue, the nickel toxicity problem, is iron deficiency. Here is what happens. So ladies, however you got iron deficient, whether heavy menstrual bleeding, whether veganism. Oh, and if anybody asks me, is there a vegan way to do this diet? No, I don't know. I'm not trying to figure that out. If you don't want to eat meat and you're going to be on a plant-based diet, that is by definition, even in 1961, they said a plant-based diet is a high nickel diet. So if you're going to do a vegan diet, I do not have low nickel options for you. I'm sorry. A low nickel diet is basically animal foods, which start off low nickel as long as you're avoiding the organ meats, and very specifically chosen and likely peeled, like, what's the term I'm looking for? Refined starches and some fruit. There is no, if you take the meat out of that, you're screwed. So I don't have any vegan options. That, like, you need protein. I'm sorry, you need good protein. And if you want to do a low nickel diet and then we take away the beans and the whole grains, you're screwed. I am not a vegan coach. And if you watch, long-term vegans either go really heavy or they go really skinny. Can you say overtype and undertype? What am I telling you that I really think undertypes are? Super nickel toxic. In the literature, humans, we've got multiple papers now showing humans tend to gain more weight with more nickel, but in the animal studies, the animals tend to lose their appetite and lose weight. So we have over and unders in the research effectively. It's just nobody studies skinny people or underweight people because there's so few of them. So they get no respect. I do that, and Baptized in Fire has commented about that here, and I really appreciate that he appreciates what I do. So, okay, so iron. So especially ladies, but this is for anybody with low ferritin. So I'm going to say this a couple times. What is low ferritin? These are our standards. Low ferritin for women is below 50, 50. Low ferritin for men is below 30, 30. Okay? That's low. We're talking about low ferritin, low iron right now. However you got there, it doesn't matter. But the common ones for women is heavy menstrual bleeding, which would probably go along with copper toxicity and vitamin A toxicity and nickel toxicity and all that stuff causing you to bleed too much. So then you bleed too much, you lose too much iron. And oftentimes, well, if you're toxic, especially with nickel, you don't catch up. Here's why. Here's why you don't ever catch up on your iron, ladies. Doesn't matter how many iron supplements you took or how many iron IVs you took. If you continually have low iron and low ferritin's the more important one. There's a reason. Okay, so the same transporter, there's a transporter in your gut called DMT1, divalent, as in +2 minerals, +2 metals, divalent metal transporter 1. Name, it grabs +2 minerals. What are the biggest +2 minerals that it grabs, or are the ones it has the most affinity or preference for? Iron's number 1. Here's the other problem. Nickel is high on its list. Zinc and calcium. Those are some of the big +2s that the DMT1 likes to grab. We've talked about these before. Iron, nickel, zinc, and calcium. So let's say, like Matthew Good Texture on Twitter did, he took obscene doses of zinc, like 400 milligrams. I swear I saw him mention maybe even 600 milligrams a day of supplemental zinc. Am I advocating that? No. He said his skin symptoms got better. Now he's saying the low nickel diet is keeping his skin symptoms better than they've ever been before. What do I think the mega dosing of zinc was doing? Was it refilling a zinc deficiency? No, I don't believe so. Would he have refilled his zinc deficiency very quickly, taking 600, 400, 600 milligrams of zinc a day? Yeah, any deficiency would have been quickly wiped out. So that's not the issue. Taking a basically like pharmacological dose of zinc was inhibiting the DMT1 from picking up as much nickel. The zinc was out competing it. The zinc was going in everywhere it could because there was so much of it, and the nickel was getting effectively pushed out, less was absorbed. Does that make sense? Okay, so now, let's say there was a group of people who thought that calcium fixes everything. Some of you may know who I'm talking about. They think megadosing calcium fixes everything. What transporter does calcium also use? DMT1. So what would taking obscene doses of calcium do for nickel absorption? It would compete and reduce nickel absorption. See? So these folks who have experimented, and I'm not against their experimentations, but if they don't realize what they actually did, then they get to keep doing what they're doing, and they're not actually fixing the underlying problem, because taking gobs of calcium is definitely not going to detox nickel. So then with iron, ladies, iron and nickel, this is you can go and chat GPT this or AI this all you want. The biggest thing to fix in nickel toxicity is iron deficiency. Because when you become iron deficient, your body really upregulates, increases the number of DMT transporters, the number of DMT1 transporters. So you're increasing the transporters, the grabbers. What if you don't know about nickel in your diet? And let's say we have, and you're not doing anything wrong. You didn't do anything wrong with this. You were doing the Love Your Liver program, or you were out there trying to eat healthy and you're eating nuts and seeds and beans and whole grains and vegetables and all this stuff and chocolate. And you're putting in tons of nickel in your diet, and your body upregulated your DMT1 that is grabbing all that nickel when what it really wants is iron. So it's grabbing some iron, not enough, but it's grabbing tons of nickel. Then the nickel goes in, and the nickel can actually go in the places where the iron's supposed to go. Oh, and then when you're deficient in iron, your body will also grab more zinc and put zinc. Your body can literally put zinc in the slots for iron as well. So if you have an iron deficiency, as in low ferritin, ladies, I'm going by the ferritin. I'm not talking about your CBC and your serum iron. I'm talking about your ferritin. So if you haven't done a ferritin, you need to do a ferritin. If you're below a 50, you're in this group, in my opinion, if you're a woman. You're probably, if I were in this situation, if I were a woman, if you're, let's say, especially a mature woman with hypothyroid, which can be caused by iron deficiency, like inhibiting your thyroid conversion. If you're overweight, hypothyroid, you've had a history of heavy cycles, and you have low ferritin, this is exactly, some of you out there are like, oh my God, he's describing me. Yeah, that's you. You're nickel toxic and you're iron deficient. You need to get more iron, and you probably need to supplement something. We typically, a simple, very basic thing would be to find some iron bisglycinate, like the Thorne stuff, and at least, up to you. I'm not recommending doses here, but 1 pill a day would be a very sane starting dose. Okay. Now, this next part is completely optional and is still very much in the experimental phase for those of you who choose to be experimental, but this is way below in priority, way below the Pectaclear, way below the Pectasol. DB whatever asks about, what about IP6? IP6, inositol hexaphosphate 6, or hexaphosphate, sorry. Hexa means 6. It is basically phytic acid. Okay, so you got the whole carnivore crew freaking out. Oh my God, phytic acid, anti-nutrient. Da, 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 da. Okay, then go type in IP6 and cancer. You'll find there's tons of research on IP6 helping cancer. That's weird. IP6 is an anti-nutrient and it grabs onto minerals, but yet there's all these studies showing it helps cancer. What did I tell you could be injected into animals, and every place it was injected, it could cause cancer? Was that nickel? Oh, phytic acid grabs onto nickel pretty well. It grabs onto iron too. So would somebody with low ferritin take IP6? Never, ever, never, ever, ever. So if you're not very good at following instructions and you mess these two things up, that's not my fault. I cannot prevent people from making bad decisions for themselves. But IP6 grabs onto iron and nickel very well. How might somebody use it with high ferritin? If you are out there and you have high ferritin and you're going to do the low nickel diet, do I think high ferritin is another version of the low nickel diet? You remember how we said we got these women with low ferritin and they're nickel toxic, and we have undertypes that are nickel toxic, and then we have overtypes, overweight people, and often have high ferritin. Do I think nickel can do both? Yes. They're just different phenotypes, different expressions of the same toxicity. This can happen. Like, if people think it can't, like, look at what happens to people who drink too much alcohol, like alcoholics. They can either become really, really fat, or eventually they almost all become really, really skinny, even if they have that big old belly. Toxicity can result in excessively fat people or excessively skinny people. It's just a different expression. It's just different genetics in the way things go. So, I mean, alcohol should be a huge example of this. So, what do we consider high ferritin? Men over 70, women over 100. If someone chose, after they've dealt with Pectaclear and Pectasol, and they were going to monitor their ferritin, if you're not going to monitor your ferritin on either of these, you're probably going to have a bad time, because you're going to overdo it at some point, because you're not monitoring it. You either test or you're guessing. So if you're not going to do ferritin, or you're going to listen to me say this stuff and you're going to say, well, I assume I'm that. I didn't say to do that. I didn't say to do that. So if someone were to have high ferritin, male or female, and they wanted to do IP6 after they dealt with all the other things that we've talked about here today, IP6 is to be taken between meals. You don't want to take it with your meals, because then it absorbs literal nutrients from your meals, like literal good minerals too. So you take it between meals, so it's there without all the stuff around it, so it can grab onto stuff. That's, oh wow, hey, there's nickel in the gut lining. Hey, let's grab that. The typical dose on the bottle, let's say Jarrow, Jarrow, makes an IP6 that is just IP6. I'm not taking the inositol in it. I'm not discussing inositol today. If somebody wanted to take the Jarrow IP6, the label says 1 pill 3 times a day between meals. How much should any individual person take? If they want to know that, they can come to my office hours if they're a client. Otherwise, I don't do specific stuff. That's what the label says. I'm going to suggest that if you're messing with these things, you might want to get a ferritin. Minimum would be to get a ferritin run every 6 months. Better would be every 3 months. That's that. But I haven't done a lot of experimenting with it yet. I'm personally doing it right now. I've only been doing it for about a week. I felt some little interesting things when I first started it, but all that stuff has gone away. So. Oh yeah, and Cottony Circles was adding, my blood sugar crashes are better despite eating significantly more carbs. I eat 3.5 cups of dry white rice a day. Wait, dry white rice. Wait, I hope you're at least cooking that. You just crunch it? I just crunch it. That's hardcore. Chicken Donkey says, why does pregnancy stir up so many toxins? Is because the liver can't handle. The more toxic you get, the slower your detox goes. When women go through puberty, pregnancy, menstrual cycles, post-menopause, there's so much going on with their hormones that the hormones require the liver to process them too. And so they had all this toxicity going on before, and now they have all the extra hormone toxicity. We really got to think twice about what they teach us about hormones, because why do hormones have to be detoxed by the liver? Do they go bad? Like, why do we need to detox hormones? I always thought that was an interesting question. Like vitamin A, why does it need to be detoxed by the same detox pathway that does alcohol? And then we call it one's a vitamin and one's just known as a toxin. So what I'm saying is, I'm not saying I know everything about hormones, but I'm saying the story we're told about hormones seems to be very wrong. And they just keep putting more and more people on HRT and TRT and thyroid hormone, and they're just going to have everybody on hormones. My theory is at one point they're going to yank them all away. Kelsey had a theory that what would happen if all of a sudden they yanked all the nickel away? What drama would happen in the US if they yanked all the nickel away? What would happen if they took all the alcohol away? Oh my goodness. But why does it stir up so many toxins? It's just the body can't handle it. Think of it as the woman's body is literally constructing a new body. You ever been to a construction site? You see that they have a whole dumpster to put all the trash in, right? There's literally a dumpster for the trash when they're building. So when you build something, you have waste. You build a new human, you have waste products. The woman's body is making tons of hormones in addition to so there's the normal baseline stuff, there's the extra hormones, and then there's the waste products of literally building a human. It overloads the system. Stuff leaks out. That's it. That's the theory. So, okay, I'm going to say this here. Matthew says, hey, Garrett, asking again about the circadian rhythm and liver timing as the liver is controlled by the SCN hypothalamus under perfect circadian rhythm. What's your thought about that? Jack Cruz. Let me tell you about what I think about the guy known as Jack Cruz. He called me an idiot on Twitter. I don't think that Jack Cruz offers anything to this work that is beyond sun is good for you and red light can be good for you. He doesn't look healthy to me. He charges $1,000 for consults to tell people to move close to the equator. I don't like the guy. He called me an idiot. I think he's an idiot. There we go. That's that. I think having a good circadian rhythm is important. Like that's as simplistic as we can get with Jack Cruz's like cultish gobbledygook stuff, the Emperor's New Clothes talk that he does, which makes sense to nobody. Kelsey literally has an IQ of 156 and she was reading Cruz's stuff like I was. And we're going, what is this garbage? Like, I can't understand this. And if I can't understand it, I'm here breaking things down so people can understand them. And I'm sitting here reading Cruz's stuff and I'm going, this makes no sense. This is gibberish. This is nonsense. Show me a reference. Oh no, Jack said it's true. Uncle Jack said it's true. No. So I don't think much of him. And I think most of his ideas, sunlight is good. Get sunlight. Okay, done. Don't need the gibberish. Sleep in the dark. Sleep at night. Okay, good. There's now how much gibberish did I cut out of his work? We can simplify. Making things more complex so people think you're smarter and more important than you are is the sign of a cult leader. That's what they do. They need you to not understand. They speak in gibberish, so you think they're like, oh, no, I don't fall for that. That's what I think of Jack. Okay. Las Vegas Mofo says, why not take lactoferrin? Because it can, if you have issues with it, it can stir up nickel. Go back and listen to the episode. Oh, Human Health says the apple pectin has helped a lot. We try to do things that are helpful, you know? Yeah, Las Vegas Mofo, you're asking a lot of questions about the lactoferrin. Go back and watch the episode. It's not that lactoferrin's bad, it's that it can stir up nickel. That's what we think is causing the lactoferrin creep or the lactoferrin cold. If you can take it, like I'm still taking mine, but I cut my dose in half. Okay, Human Health was saying, I meant low nickel made my heart burn just like when I attempted lactoferrin. That's what I'm saying, yes. After I get through this, I'm excited to try the lactoferrin again one day. Might be too much right now. You're probably right. If you're still having GERD at all, don't do lactoferrin. Once the GERD is gone, once you've done low nickel and the GERD is all gone, then you could do lactoferrin again. You could try it, see how it goes. I bet it'll work. Michael says, trying to add zinc picolinate drops for kids. Is this okay to put in their water bottles that they sip throughout the day? That's probably not going to work. Why is this? Because the zinc picolinate liquid is a suspension of powder in water, like milk of magnesia. You got to shake up milk of magnesia so that the powder is mixed in the water. So when you pour out your dose, you've got the right amount in it. Zinc picolinate in water is a powder suspended in water. It's called a suspension. And the powder will just sink to the bottom in their bottles. So if they leave, if they don't shake their bottles or whatever, it's probably going to, most of it's going to sit at the bottom. That's the problem with that. Okay. So I have an issue, Joe, with the chat on the Streamlabs, or no, we're on Talk Studio. It rearranges the chat. Like, it's totally, I don't know if it sent me back to the beginning, but I don't know if I can use this because I can't, it doesn't keep the chat at the same spot. Back to, okay, so I wanted to hit on this again. Connie Circle says, another huge thing, they were talking about the blood sugar crashes are way better now. OCD thoughts are going away. Like, this is cool. But anyway, look, I tried adding asparagus and the OCD and the blood sugar crashes came back. This is what I'm talking about, not playing games with this. And I'm saying Connie Circle watched. They said, I added this, problems came back, I took it out. When you're in the beginning of doing this, if you're eating things that are sketchy, you're not sure about, you may not get the improvements. Like, let's say Kurtu was eating the 2 pieces of whole grain bread every day. And she gets done with the 3 months and she's like, wait, I still have blood sugar crashes all the time. What's going on? I thought it was going to go away. I thought I was on a low nickel diet. Maybe you weren't. This is what I'm talking about. So then if you took the whole grain bread out and then you got done with the 3 months and you put the whole grain bread back in and you're like, oh my gosh, I feel terrible. Stuff is coming back. Then you would know. An example, there was the day that, me getting nickeled, like 2 examples in one day in the morning. So this is like the nickel navigator thing. So I don't know if you guys have seen, Costco had an organic, they called it cocoa milk, I think it was called, from Vita Coco. And it's a mixture of coconut water and coconut milk, right? If you look on Nickel Navigator, it's very obvious that coconut water seems to be okay, seems to be low nickel. Coconut milk seems to be pretty darn sketchy. Well, they made this mixture of it. Probably a lot more coconut water than coconut milk. But anyway, I had bought it before the low nickel diet. It was very early in the morning, and I was driving to Phoenix to fly to Idaho. And I decided I'm just going to have a glass of it. I'm going to try it out because it's been sitting here and I'm a dad, right? So dads don't like to waste food. And I'm going, well, I don't want this to sit around and waste it. So I might as well try it. Let me see if I like it. And I drank it. And as I'm drinking it, I'm going, I'll just be honest. I don't like coconut flavor. Coconut flavor is gross. And I'm kind of drinking it. And I'm going, this doesn't feel good. And as I'm driving to Phoenix, to fly out of Phoenix, I can feel my stomach symptom coming back and the anxiety coming back. And it was kind of cool because I'm kind of like, ooh, this sucks. Driving in the dark at like 4 a.m, having anxiety and a stomach ache. But then I went, I just got nickeled. Like, this is my first time getting nickeled. This is kind of cool. Like, I know it now. Like, I can recognize it. It's these specific symptoms, just like the OCD and the blood sugar crashes came back for you. So this is where you're going to know. And what if, I don't know if this is true, but if you look at asparagus on Nickel Navigator, or you do an AI, is asparagus low nickel or whatever, and let's just say it came back with yes, or maybe, or sorta. Well, when you eat it, you know. But that's only if you did a good enough low nickel diet. You see what I mean? If you never got low enough to clear it out so that your body knows what it's like to not have nickel around all the time, or not as much nickel, you don't get to find out. That's why I'm saying don't play the games. And yes, after you're done with this whole thing, you get to try foods again. You can try them again and see. You could see how much nickel's in them. You can play games. You after you're done, if you do it right, you're going to know. Could you potentially tolerate more nickel when you're done? Yeah. Is it possible that the pumpernickel and rye bagel I had the other day might have had a decent amount of nickel in it, and I'm far enough along in the detox, and I'm also still taking the Pectaclear 3 times a day, that it wasn't enough to affect me? Like, I haven't had the anxiety in my head and the stomach stuff at the same time for several weeks now. And I've been looking for it. Like, when I get stressed, like sudden stressor, I'm paying attention. I'm like, is it happening? And it's not. And I haven't been nickeled as far as I know in terms of those symptoms. But if I do get nickeled and I feel those symptoms, I'm going to immediately go, what did I eat? What did I do? So that was that morning I did the coconut milk, and I found out what getting nickeled was. And then later that night, I was in Idaho with Kelsey. I took a bath, and then I felt I got nickeled again. And I was like, I can't, this sucks. I don't want to do this. So yeah, you'll be able to know. This is going to be, we got a couple of things here. We don't want people to get paranoid. Like, you want to be able to go out and live your life, right? Are they literally trying to poison us with nickel? Yeah, I do believe they are. Do we understand how to defend ourselves against it and what to avoid? Yes. I'm not saying you got to change your silverware. I'm not saying that if somebody handed you're visiting your friends and you're like, let's go on a run, and they say, well, here's a water bottle, and a stainless steel water bottle, and you're like, oh my God, no. Like, I don't want you to be like that. Okay? Because we want you to get your nickel down enough that if you do get some, your immune system reaction, the nickel sensitivity and the nickel allergy are less, and you can tolerate more because you're more resilient, just like a lot of people see with vitamin A and with alcohol. After they do the Love Your Liver long enough, they're like, I can tolerate more. If they choose to drink alcohol, they're like, I can tolerate more alcohol than I used to. This is crazy, and I don't drink anymore. That's because your liver's running better. Like, if people say, well, I used to not be able to eat soluble fiber foods like whole grains and beans without the fiber, what they thought was the fiber, causing them problems. And now they go to, some get together where there's catering Mexican food and there's refried beans there, and they eat some and they're like, oh, I didn't react. What do we see with this? Well, we see with people with vitamin A right now, where they get to the point where they can tolerate a meal of vitamin A, fine. They don't even notice it. They just walk right through it. But if they eat the vitamin A for like 2 or 3 meals in a row, then they go, ooh, stuff's starting to come back. I better stop doing this. So that's what you'll learn. And that's what we want. We want to be more resilient. We don't want to create paranoia and hypochondria, but you also have to get there first, which may require a little bit of being extra watchful. Okay. So anyway, I think I answered, like, I'm glad I did want to go over a lot of questions. Let's see. The most beautiful buzzkill joining from Ireland. Thank you. Most beautiful buzzkills asking, have I thought of or heard of cell tissue salts or zodiac cell salts? I have not heard of zodiac cell salts. I've heard of cell tissue salts, and I've been kind of generally, as a rule, unimpressed. They help some people once in a while, is what I've seen. Like, you don't see anybody out there making an entire practice just doing cell salt work. It's always just something they kind of toss in with other things. So, okay, Mrs. Snow Pony. I eat about 5 peeled apples a day. Will that give me a good dose of apple pectin? Simple answer is yes. Or do I need to take a powder? Not with 5 apples a day. The GERD has gone, good, but still runny nose and so much mucus. Excited to get it all out. Like, yeah, we don't have, you're in it. You're doing your apples. You're getting your pooping pectin. And your body, yeah, I mean, if you think about it, like, think about this. If we tried to stop the snot coming out, like if we literally said, you go take a decongestant, like a pharmaceutical decongestion, and you stop that, you just stop the detox. Do you want to do that now at this point? This is like when we get people who are really suffering and they're like, should I eat something with nickel in it? And I'm like, you can. I don't know if it's going to make you better or worse. I don't know. Oh, Joe's telling me LOL 4 hours. Yeah, Joe, I know. Oh yeah. Connie Circle said it's cooked white rice. It's just dry, like no sauce. Oh, Kelsey commented, yes, please extricate yourself from the Jack Cruz sphere before you waste your time. Check his real patient reviews from his physical medical practice. Kelsey showed me that. He was not a nice man to his patients. You should go read the real medical reviews of his practice. Karen Etchell says, thank you, Dr. Smith, for all the research you dig up, and your dedication has changed my life for the better. You're welcome. We will continue doing so. This is what we do. This is what I was put here to do. This is what Kelsey was put here to do. We were meant to come together to do all of this and help you guys. I want you guys to know, I want to give credit where credit is due. Like, Kelsey thought up, like, what if IP6 would help? And we started talking about that. And Kelsey came up with, she suggested the MCP at the start, the Pectisol. And she's working on some other cool things in the background. So I just want to say, babe, you're wonderful. And I'm so blessed. We're all blessed to have you here. I may be the face of it, but Kelsey's in the back helping with coming up with new ideas. She's not feeling great right now. So she's spending a lot of time going down rabbit holes of research. So, you know, and one of the greatest things will be, you know, I already helped Kelsey with her health issues, is when we've fully dealt with all the nickel stuff, and life will be really, really good at that time. So I'm really blessed to have you, babe. We're all blessed to have you. And thank you for all the research you've done. And there's probably other things that she's done in the midst of the nickel stuff that I'm forgetting. So sorry, but you know what I mean. So, BS89 says, looking good, doc. Is that the hairspray holding the hair down? No, I don't use hair. No, I won't use gel. I won't use hairspray. I got some hair clay, and I have another spray that's actually kind of interesting. It's a I can't say the term here, but it's related. It's not the 3 letters that shall not be named, but it's related to it. And I accidentally used it on my hair, and it seemed to hold it in place pretty well. But no, I wouldn't. Hairspray is toxic. Like, I think about using gel. I'm not going to use gel. That's toxic. So anyway, I'll cover this again. There's been Simona Mimosa says there's been a lot of people on YouTube, et cetera, promoting peptides, and in particular injecting copper peptide GHKCU for glowing skin. No thanks. Copper is a divalent cation too, which means that it can go into some of the same spaces that nickel can. And so here's my theory on GHKCU. GHKCU is somehow getting nickel out of those spots and maybe putting copper back in. Copper is much less toxic than nickel. We still don't want a bunch of copper, but copper is much less toxic than nickel. And if you think of people who say that GHKCU helped the hair color come back, nickel makes white hair. So if copper kicked out, if the GHKCU somehow exchanged the nickel for the copper, then you could change your hair color. there were just a lot of things that people are doing. They don't realize the nickel problem. They're just kicking it out with other things. That's my thought on it. And peptides, when you see how many people are pushing peptides, you all should be very afraid of them. And yes, they may work. Do pharmaceuticals work? Yeah, they work. Do they have problems long-term? Yeah. Could the same thing be true of research chemicals that they're selling as peptides that are coming from all the same manufacturers in China? If you think there's all sorts of different peptide manufacturers in China, no, there's some major ones, and they're making practically all of them, is my opinion. And do you think that peptide manufacturers in China are probably owned by the pharmaceutical companies here? Yeah, of course they are. Seriously. Peptides are pharma. They're getting around it with the research chemicals. There's not like some altruistic alternative guru over there who's like a trillionaire making peptides in a factory that has nothing to do with pharmaceuticals. No. It's another pharmaceutical like psyop. And yes, they may work. They may also, when you think about when you're getting something for nothing, you go and you do BPC 157 and TB 500 and it helps your shoulder get better. Okay. Where did that healing come from? Like you put in a signal with the peptide. The peptide's not actually the part that fixes it. It's sending a signal. Just like with caffeine, as they say, steals energy from the future for you to have now. Well, if peptides are making things heal, what are they stealing from? Do you see? There's also the transhumanist idea of they're training you to just take things or replace parts when they're broken, just like your car. They're training you to treat your body like a machine you can just replace parts on. And then who knows how many nano whatever are in those research grade peptides that don't have to be monitored by anybody, that are coming from China. You want to FAFO with peptides? Go ahead. It might end way worse than you think. So I'm very hesitant on them. I don't. Buttercup Yeshua says, shots, you think those are made of nickel? I got a tiny little skin cancer as a young child. That's what I figured out. And what you said just makes sense. It has been shown that people with nickel allergy can react to needles that are for injection. They've done studies on barbershop pieces and shown that many of them are letting go of nickel into people's hands. Like they're literally rubbing off nickel from them. There's a lot of research. Ladies, if you're out there and you're a barber or you're a hairdresser, you're going to want to go and search like nickel and hairdresser, nickel and barber. It's a big deal. Like, so when I was saying dentists used to be handling like nickel tools all day, the older dentists before they had to wear gloves. I remember when my dad was forced to wear gloves in his dental practice. I remember that as a kid. He didn't wear gloves before that. So he was, handling nickel tools all day. And he probably had several metal things in his mouth. Lunarverse says, I've watched a lot of Jack Cruz, not so enamored with him anymore. Kelsey said, oh, thanks, baby. Love you, babe. Dagmar says, yay for the queen of chemistry. Thank you, Kelsey. She practical, functional, real life chemistry. That's what I like that she does, kind of like me with this stuff. Lunarverse says, very, very glad to have found the Love Your Liver live stream here because of Beth Martins. Beth is a huge fan. Beth is a huge supporter. Love Beth. And, you know, for those of you who are in the Love Your Liver program, if you haven't gone to her deprogramming your health thing, it's once a week. I forget which day it's on. I think it's Wednesdays. But you can check that out in there. It's free for everybody who's in the Love Your Liver program. If you're not in the Love Your Liver program, I mean, what are you doing? Oh, BS89. Okay, I get it. The spray from the school we made, I meant. Yeah. It's not that spray. No. However, I have something exciting that Kelsey and I are working on. I'm going to try it for, it's nickel related, like nickel detox related, that I'm going to try for both, you know, for hair growth and for gray. Kind of excited. Buttercup Yeshua says, have kids, you and Kelsey, your babies could help save the world. We've joked about that, but we're probably both, I mean, she's 40, I'm 50. We're probably not going to ever do that, sadly. Kelsey said we would have made some beautiful brainy babies. We would have. It wouldn't have been fair. They would have been OP. Buttercup Yeshua was saying, oh yay, doc, those life wave patches are made of copper. That's why it helps pain. Well, they're Kelsey has looked at the patent on those. They have GHKCU, but it's not really being absorbed into the skin. It's in a kind of like cloth mesh thing, and it's not necessarily absorbing through the skin. So there may be some energetic those LifeWave patches. Kelsey will use them, and Kelsey, you know, says if they help you, go ahead and use them. They're not doing anything bad, but they're not fixing anything. That's the thing, is they're tweaking they're tweaking your energy, your vibe for a bit, man, but they're not like fixing anything permanently. So, okay. I think that's it, Joe. Let's run that beautiful bean footage, Joe. The last links. I'm done. And I'm not done because I'm tired. I'm just done. I think I've said enough today. So we got youtube.com/@nutrition detective. You can just type youtube.com nutrition detective. That works too. That is our YouTube channel. That is probably where you're watching this right now for most people. This is where I am once a week. So yeah, youtube.com like that. They both work. But there's X, Twitter, the old Twitter. I'm going to call it Twitter forever. I'm never going to call it X that much. NutriDetect on there. Rumble, you can find me there. Rumble has all of the episodes unedited, and it has number 198, which you can't get on YouTube because I said the three letters that shall not be named. Or no, Kelsey said it. I got to make sure I give her credit for that one. Our main website at nutritiondetective.com. That's where you can find the shop, the VIP shop, the consultation, the instructions for the supplements. You can find links to our social media there. That's our main website. So that's where you can find a link to the Love Your Liver program too. We got Facebook. We post shorts and reels there. That's about all I do there. And I'm posting them from a third party. So from a third party software. So I don't go on Facebook anymore. 231, episode 231. This is the toxic bile paradigm that I did with Beth Martins. We did a 3-episode series on it. And that's where, if you want to understand the basics of toxic bile leaking into your bloodstream and causing you the symptoms, and nickel literally causes this. Nickel literally eats away at your gut, just like retinoic acid, vitamin A does. This is the Reviv Mouthguard. If you guys want to get a Reviv Mouthguard, I can tell you, I've been doing I feel like I got very used to the R3, the big one, the new big one. I've been using that now, and I feel like my mouth got used to it faster since I've been doing low nickel. It's less uncomfortable. And generally, I'll tell you folks, when we get more toxicity out of you, your pain threshold goes up. Like things that used to hurt you don't hurt you anymore. Okay, Love Your Liver program. This is my life's work. This is where you can go and talk to people in a kind of socially network type setting. It's where you can find the Love Your Liver program. It's where you can talk to people. It's where I post, the announcement for this each week. It's where I do my inner circle, where if you want to hear more from me, another hour and a half of stuff that I say there that I can't say necessarily other places like here, maybe. It's a paid thing, but you can do that. So that's in there. That's also where you can get to Beth Martin's Deprogram Your Health meeting. If you wanted to get the Home Chef nickel-free cookware, that is on Amazon. That's the best place to do that. $170-ish will get you your entire kitchen of nickel-free stainless steel cookware. And that's not an affiliate link anymore, so you don't have to worry about it. Amazon keeps booting me out. I wonder why. Anyway, so my GLASP. So Joe uses this during the show. GLASP has, so when you see me do a study and it's highlighted, that highlight, those words literally get saved on GLASP and you can find them again. So if you wanted to go in my GLASP, that link, and you type in nickel, you will find every single link that I've highlighted on that has the word nickel in it. So that's like if you wanted to go and look for vitamin A and that stuff. Yeah. So this is how Joe is finding the links during my show. He types in some of the title, I think, and then he finds it, or maybe it appears there and he finds it there. So yeah, so GLASP is really cool. That's the highlights that you see. And so you can get the actual link to the study. You can get the things I highlighted. And yeah, so that's a fun thing. What's the thing that you put on your browser? It's one of the extensions. It's a browser extension. So yeah. So let's go to the next one, Joe. Instagram.com, the.real nutrition detective. Same address as on Facebook. I post, what do they call them? Reels on Instagram. Yeah, I post those there too. Like I said, I hope you all enjoy, if you use social media, I hope you enjoy it. And I hope you think it's okay for you, because I think social media in general is absolutely one of the most toxic things we can do. So for my health, I don't hang out on it much because I don't think it's good for me. I don't feel it's good for me. So that's why, so we have all these social media things and I post there to help people. And so people can see stuff, but I don't hang out there. It'd be like, I don't know. No, I don't want to use that example. If you want to schedule a consultation, if you hear about me doing hair tests and blood tests, and we talk about Kelsey working with people, Nathan working with people, I help with the office hours inside the Love Your Liver program for people who are doing consults. This is how you would schedule a consultation with one of our people. Trained by me. Everybody's trained by me. And I'm hoping in the future, for those of you who want to eventually maybe do a seminar with me, I'm trying to get more into the education part of it versus so I can teach people how to do it themselves. That reminds me of that line from the 40-Year-Old Virgin. This is my Substack where we make some posts there. It's not something I'm doing a ton of, but it's there. So let's move to the next one, Joe. Oh, Allie McBeal says, love your shorties. Who just came back? LeBrad Pass comes back and he says, Doc is still cooking. Dang, I know. I got to shut up at some point. I got to stop this. I'm getting even longer. I remember we have not broke the 5-hour mark yet. And now I'm saying that and I'm going, should I? No, I won't keep Joe here that long. So this is the end. This is the end. This is the end. What did we go over today? We went over my blood, urine, and hair nickel test results and how to minimize the low nickel detox symptoms. So how to jump into the low nickel diet or walk into it or crawl into it, how to minimize your symptoms, how to, how all this is going to work. Folks, if you do the low nickel diet at some point, or if you're working into it, like I said, at some point, you're going to tip the balance and you're going to start detox dumping. Okay. If you do it slowly and you're doing it one piece at a time, it shouldn't be too bad. If you jump in head first, like Kelsey and I and my buddy did, you may have a really rough time, as you heard some of the people in the chat talking about. The anxiety and the depression and the emotional stuff can be pretty rough. It goes away. Here's the thing. Like I said, if you don't do anything, if you don't have to do the low nickel diet. So that's the first thing. You're scared of it. You don't ever want to do it. That's fine. You like your nickel, you can keep your nickel. You don't have to get rid of it. You may not think about that later, like 10 years down the road. You're like, damn it, I wish I did the low nickel diet back then, because now it's going to be 10 years harder. Anyway, if you decide to jump in feet first, head first, ass first, whatever, I don't care how you jump in. If you jump in with no supplements and just a low nickel diet, here's what I'm telling you. You don't have to do any of the supplements. It will end at some point. The detox will end at some point. I don't know when. I'm thinking that 3 months is about the longest that it'll last. And that's what people in the low nickel diet sphere who only do that say. I think 3 months is about as long as it will be. Like I said, I'm at 5 or 6 weeks now, and I'm over the top of the hill. I'm on the backside. So you don't have to do anything. You don't have to do the diet. You don't have to do any of the pectin or the pectisol or the pecticlear. You don't have to. You might suffer a lot more and it might take longer, but you don't have to do any of it. It will eventually end. And so if you're already in the suck and you're going, when is this going to end? It's going to end. It will end. I promise you. I'm out on the other side. So it does end. I keep telling my buddy that. I'm like, it's going to be fine. You're going to get out of it. But yeah, so take care. I wanted to say I'm Dr. Garrett Smith, known as the nutrition detective around these YouTube parts. And I just wanted to put this one last thing up. Luniverse said, thank you, Dr. Garrett, Joe, and Kelsey. And you are very welcome. I know Joe feels the same way. I know Kelsey feels the same way. Thank you for letting us help you and, trusting in us, because it's really very important that, I want to be trusted in a good way for doing good work. And that's what we are all intending to do here. And I hope, even if you're feeling bad from this, I'm glad, and you're going to get better. Okay. So it does get better. It does. Let me add this last thing. Eliza said, love you, Doc Smith, Kelsey, and Joe. Yes, here's the thing. I was telling you about IP6, and it binds to cancer, it binds to iron and nickel, and it helps with cancer. And nickel in all the animal studies could cause cancer wherever it was injected. What do you think this could do for people who already have the issue? Like, what do you think? Do you think we're going to blow up the whole big C world? Folks who have cancer going through chemotherapy, they're going to suffer a whole lot, aren't they? Radiation therapy, cancer, they're going to suffer. We could be like, you can suffer through that and be more toxic, or you might want to do this instead. And if we really figure out some of these mitigating things, like let's say IP6 and pectisol, which both have really good research in the big C area, what are we going to do out there? So it's really exciting. So anyway, we'll see you all next time. Hope you all enjoyed that. I'm going to go eat some food now. Okay. Bye now.